This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hello, everybody. I've already got 17 people in here, which is nice. Hello, Sarah and Overprotected, and Abellis, and Anders, and Jenny, and Content Angel, and Eek, and Pinto, and Zio, and Content Angel. I think I said hey to you already. And I saw True Crime Addict was here, and Serena. All you lovely, beautiful people. Good afternoon. I am sorry that I was not here this morning. We had to go do some things. I thought I was going to vote today, but the polls are closed today, so I'll go vote tomorrow. Make sure you guys vote. We're not going to talk politics, but I'm just going to remind y'all to vote because it's important. Today we're going to talk about Richard Allen and pick up. I've only got 1 day of updates since we last talked about him, and we will finish the Paradise Lost, but the Memphis 3 movie or documentary. So with that, we'll jump right on in to the Richard Allen update. Let me get that for you. This is going to be from WTHR, and it is titled that the former fire chief says that he saw no the former fire chief says he saw no clothes in the creek during the initial search. I saw some of you like Overprotected is going to be off. So today is your Friday. That's awesome. And I think Content's going to take a nap. I hope you have a nice nap. Thank you, Jenny. I will get that. I'm going to drop the StreamYard link if anybody wants to come up on panel. We'll start with this.
Thanks for inviting us in. This is the Delphi Debrief here on WTHR Plus.
Sir, please do not come into my house. We will have problems. Thank you so much.
Day 13 of the Delphi murders trial brought the first full day of Richard Allen's attorneys presenting their case. But they had to pivot quickly when they weren't able to present key pieces of their defense. In a moment, our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, will be in studio to help us break down the importance of today's developments. But first, we want to get right to Delphi with senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker. So Bob and Emily, this was a busy day for the defense team.
It was, and it was an important day, I think, for the defense to really start strong. They got a couple of witnesses in yesterday. I think it wasn't real clear to them when the state was going to rest its case.
There are a lot of similarities between the West Memphis 3 and this case. And I'm glad that y'all pointed those things out. I hadn't realized that, and I should have made a thumbnail. I think this one that I made has both of them on it, or it's got Terry Hobbs at least. But yeah, there's a lot of correlation between these two cases, which is crazy.
Today was really the first full day that we got from the defense. And it was important, I think, for them to start off strong. And I'm not sure necessarily that they did.
Maybe not so much. I mean, you were there in the morning, but I think, didn't you characterize it as a little bit of damage control?
Yes. Yeah. I think today was about damage control for them based on what we heard yesterday. We'll talk about that in a second. First, let me remind you where we are. Right behind us, directly behind us, is the Carroll County Courthouse, where we've been pretty much living for, 2.5 weeks at this point. And we have some wonderful space right across the street from the courthouse where we work throughout the day, kind of our home base during the Delphi murders trial. So that's where we are this evening as we bring you tonight's show. And let's get you started, as we usually do, by running down the list of witnesses that testified in court today. So that list involves Christopher Godey. He is a Hammond police officer who testified about one of the interviews that he did. He was brought in to do some interviews.
Abellis, I love me some trees. I hope that your tree is okay too. It sounds awful windy. You talked about wind a couple of days. I hope that wind calms down soon for you, love.
Immediately right after the murders took place. He testified about that. We heard from Dr. Deanna Dwenger. She is a behavioral health director for the Indiana Department of Correction. Max Baker, he has been for the last 2 years an intern for the defense team, and he was on the witness stand today. Brad Heath and David McCain, they are local residents, and they testified about what they saw on the day that the murders took place. Daryl Starrett, he's a former Delphi fire chief. Steve Mullen, former Delphi police chief. And Tobe Lesenby, former Carroll County sheriff. Lots of folks who were certainly very involved in the search and in parts of the investigations. Right. We heard from them as well. But we want to start with the Max Baker testimony, because as you were saying, this we knew that the defense wanted to get off on a positive foot, and they really needed to when you keep in mind what happened yesterday. And yesterday, you might remember, that's the day that the state closed, and they presented their most damaging evidence of this entire trial involving Richard Allen.
Right, those confessions.
It was his confessions. And during those confessions, these were jailhouse phone calls that Richard Allen made to his wife and to his mother. And he says over and over again, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby during those phone calls. Really extraordinarily damaging to the defense in this case. So today was a day, kind of some damage control in order to be able to deal with what the jury had heard yesterday. And so they decided to put Max Baker on the stand today because he has put together some videos. And when you think about it, it's kind of a brilliant idea. There was this really damaging audio from yesterday that the jury just heard.
I am curious to hear about how they're going to, what they're going to say about that, because I do believe he was just mentally fractured at that point and was admitting to anything. Zio says that there's tornadoes warning in a lot of places today. Thank you for that. I don't know what else you're
about Richard Allen talking about, I committed these murders. To try to counteract that today, they put Max Baker on the stand, and he was going to talk about these videos. He talked about one video that is Richard Allen in his prison cell, and it's a compilation of day after day after day after day showing Richard Allen in his prison cell and the extreme conditions that he was under that perhaps could cause some severe mental health problems for him. And then another video that shows how Allen was treated outside of his cell. And the jury was told that they were going to see those videos of Richard Allen inside prison right around the same time of the confessions. And that plan pretty much blew up in the defense's face today. The video that showed him chained and shackled as he moved through the prison and his bizarre behavior during the time frame of his incriminating statements.
I'm Kyle, a lifelong Republican. Trump calls Kamala Harris a
Oh my
socialist.
goodness. Sorry, y'all. I don't like political ads. I hate that they do that. So I'm interested to see, they said that it kind of blew up in their face because of how he was chained and shackled outside of his cell. I'm interested to see what they're going to say about that. But again, like I said before, I really believe that man was just broken at this point when he confessed.
We're going to show the jury never got to see that video because prosecutor Nick McLeland, he objected because he said the defense couldn't confirm the actual dates when the videos were taken. The judge and the attorneys discussed this for over an hour. Twice the jury was sent out of the courtroom while things were being worked out. Ultimately, the judge said that she will allow the videos to be shown, but only if the defense is able to verify the dates. So that evidence might come on another day, maybe sometime next week. But Emily, for today, what a missed opportunity to very quickly counteract what the jury just saw yesterday with these damaging confessions
Right.
and the opportunity to kind of flip the switch a little bit to show a Richard Allen potentially who was really suffering.
Right. In terrible conditions.
They claim mental health issues.
Right. And in
Good morning, Lindsay Hendrick. It's nice to see you here. It is not from today. I think it was, it's 2 days ago. So this would have been probably Saturday's update. We had gotten through all there was on Friday. So yeah, this one had to be from either Friday night or Saturday night, because I know they're doing it on Saturdays too. It's not from today. Today's hasn't come out yet. It's nice to see you here. Welcome.
and as they've claimed before, in terrible conditions, being monitored 24/7, although they've testified that that's typical, right? When somebody is in state prison, monitored 24/7, inmates sitting outside his door, inmates harassing him, yelling at him, calling him a baby killer. We've all heard testimony on that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, all the things that the defense is saying led to him having a serious mental breakdown, a psychotic episode.
So I could see the strategy that the defense team was planning to do today. And I think it seemed like it was a good strategy to be able to kind of switch directions and provide some, what we expect would be some pretty powerful video images of Richard Allen inside prison, the way he was, in his cell. We've heard that, he was rolling around naked in his own feces and banging his head against the wall of the prison so hard.
Y'all, this man was rolling around in his own excrement, and we heard about him eating his own excrement. So again, anything this man has said or done, I'm not there. And it's so sad because he was a functioning man going out to the bars with his wife. He held a job at CVS before all this happened. The decline of this man is astounding. Like, Lord have mercy, what have they done?
Hard that he got two black eyes.
Right.
I would think for the jury to be able to switch off of the confessions to seeing that video would have been very helpful for the defense, but that didn't happen today. And it kind of makes you wonder, because obviously these are videos that we believe the defense has had for quite a long time. And not, if the idea is we want to show that at the time of his confessions, he was not mentally stable, that he was suffering from mental illness, and that's why he confessed. If that's what you're trying to convince the jury about, to not know the dates exactly, to be able to pinpoint those dates for the jury and for the judge, and certainly for the state, who you would expect is going to say, wait a second, if you're trying to make this argument, you got to show that these videos are from the same time period that we're talking about here when he made the confessions. That seemed to be a huge oversight on the part of the defense.
Yeah, you got to be ready. You got to be ready for that.
So they were still able to get some of these arguments in about his mental health. And that came from one of the witnesses that came early on this morning. And that is a behavioral health specialist for the Indiana Department of Correction. Her name is Dr. Deanna Dwenger. And she testified that Richard Allen was diagnosed with what's called serious mental illness. That's actually an actual diagnosis. And that he was also determined to be gravely disabled, another diagnosis. And that he was determined to be those things right around the time of his confessions. And Dr. Dwenger also said she was concerned about Allen's complete lack of privacy, that he was being videotaped all the time. She was concerned about the threats that he was getting from other inmates, like Emily had mentioned, calling him baby killer and saying, you should kill yourself or we're going to kill you, things like that. And she said that the amount of time that he spent in solitary confinement was toxic and could have caused his mental health to deteriorate. And, those were things, again, that's very much part of the argument that the defense is trying to make to counter the confessions, to say that he was not thinking clearly when he made the confessions.
He was in a bad place when he said all of these things to his wife and mother.
And so from that perspective, it seemed like Dr. Dwenger's testimony today was helpful to the defense. It seemed like they made some progress in that regard. I think coupled along with video of actually showing Richard Allen in prison at the time of his confessions, and that could have been even more powerful. Again, missed opportunity, but they were able to get in at least a little bit of that line of thinking, kind of plant some seeds in the jury's mind to have them question about his frame of mind and his mental health at the time.
I see what y'all are saying in chat. So content, do you think he's guilty? Because I like to hear different opinions. And if you do, tell me why you think he's guilty. And I wanted to give y'all an update. Basil's laying on the bed with his little back legs laid out. It's just that I love it when he lays like that. He's just adorable. I love it when he lays like that and he'll stand up on his back legs when he wants me to put him on the bed. It's adorable. So there's your Basil update real quick.
Time that he made
Right,
the confessions.
yeah.
So that was a really important part, and that's kind of how the day started. But probably the other big story that came out of today's testimony here on day 13 was what happened at the very end.
Yeah, how the day ended. Judge Gall ruled that the defense cannot enter in this alternate theory and these third-party suspects. And we know that the defense has wanted to enter in the fact that they believe the girls were killed in this ritualistic killing and enter in and call to the witness stand some people that they believe could possibly be involved in this. And we know that they've tried to do this before and filed motions on it. And Judge Gall had said no from those pretrial hearings that we attended right over the summer. But then they filed 2 more motions since the trial has started on this. And they basically, the defense's argument was this, that the testimony that we've heard over the past 2 weeks has opened the door for them to now be able to present this alternate theory. And they've pointed to a couple things. They pointed to first those photos of the girls' bodies with the sticks on them. We know that Jerry Holman.
I really am upset that they're not going to be able to enter that, to get that motion for being able to present the Odinist theory, because I think it is important to give the jury all the evidence. But I can't say that I'm surprised, because I knew that they weren't going to let them say that either. I knew they weren't going to let them talk about the Odinist theory. And yeah, content, we need a 5-paragraph essay that's grammatically correct, typed, and double spaced in between each word. Okay, thank you.
Testified that he thought that those sticks on the bodies were likely about concealment. But then he also said that they could possibly have to do with an undoing. And we talked about what an undoing is in law enforcement speak, when someone has killed someone, to undo the act, basically to try and seemingly undo it in some way and give some kind of respect to the victims, right?
Yeah.
So they're saying that because Jerry Holman talked about those things, they want to be able to present an alternate theory about what those sticks were about. And they have also pointed out that Jerry Holman had said, he believed that one person was involved in this, because if more than one person would be involved, it's been his experience in investigations that people talk, they say things. And the defense has said, look, we have some people, and they've put this out there in their Frank's memo and, in several court documents, the names and lists of people who we've decided, not to name quite yet here, but the names of people that they say have been talking, have been talking and said possibly that they might have something to do about this. So again, they filed these 2 motions to be able to enter that in, to address that in court. And Judge Gall said today, no way, you haven't drawn the nexus, you haven't drawn the connection, you haven't shown me the direct connection. So that is a big no on Odinism and these third-party suspects. So that was right at the end.
I mean, it looks like with the sticks being placed like they were, I think there is a connection there. And I think there is a possibility for Odinism suspects. And the other part is all the hairs that they found there haven't been tested. Do we know if any belong to the females? The one that was wrapped around the girl's hand, is that a female hair? And how would a female hair get out the crime scene unless it was some kind of sacrifice where there was more than one suspect involved?
The end of the day, and Andrew Baldwin said, okay, Judge, and that was it.
And that's huge. And
content, I don't see you here anymore. I hope I didn't make you leave by saying that. I didn't mean anything. I didn't mean to upset you. If I did, I was just curious to know why you thought that. I didn't mean it to be to like put you in the limelight or anything.
not only is that a setback for the defense, because
Very
we
much
know
so.
that that is an element that they really wanted to discuss
Right.
and present to the jury, but
You heard Mark Robinson saying that he banned abortions as governor, but he's not.
Okay. They're going to be throwing political ads left and right until probably the day after tomorrow. So give me just a minute. Hold on just a minute. And we will be through this. Like, it's not letting me skip either one of these ads. That's crazy. I hate when that happens.
we're playing having as many as 120 witnesses on their witness list that presumably witnesses and time that they were going to spend talking to the jury about this alternate perpetrator theory that now the judge has said is off the table, which will impact, I believe, the length of this trial, because a lot of those witnesses that they were planning to bring now would not be coming to testify.
Right.
Wouldn't be allowed.
Lindsay, yeah, there was 72 hairs that were found at the crime scene. They sent them off to the FBI or something to that effect, and they still haven't even sent them to be tested or something like that. Like, we're on trial. This man is on trial for his life, and you haven't even tested the hairs that you found at the crime scene. That's weird. We heard about that. I think it was Friday, if you want to hear about that.
To testify.
Witnesses that they've already deposed and witnesses we know
I didn't know the tarot card
testimony that law
They were
enforcement
protected.
also talked to in the course of this investigation.
Yes.
So, and
that's a big development
it's a
today.
huge
Really big
development.
development. So
Yeah.
Scott, we're going to send it back to you because I'm sure Katie has a few things to say about that development here today. It's a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is. Bob and Emily, we'll get back to you in a moment. Katie Jackson Lindsay's a former deputy prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney, and she's been with us every night breaking down what she is hearing Bob and Emily talk about when they are listening to the testimony inside the Delphi courthouse. So
Yes, it came out in trial. It was in one of these that I'm doing from the local news station. It was in one of the ones we played on Friday where they talk about the 72 hairs. So it was at the trial.
let's talk about the judge's ruling today that the defense cannot bring in this alternate suspects theory and therefore can't talk about what they believe was a ritualistic killing, perhaps some sort of Odinism killing. How big a blow is this to the defense?
It's a major blow. Throughout the state's case, we have, you and I have talked about this instruction that the jury receives that says, if this evidence lends itself to two reasonable interpretations, the jury has to choose the interpretation consistent with Richard Allen's innocence. And so in essence, Judge Gold's ruling prohibits the defense from even introducing another reasonable interpretation for the state's evidence because they're not allowed to develop that theory or that possibility at all for the jury to consider.
Let's talk about the other perhaps setback for the defense, this idea that they wanted to go ahead and introduce some videos that would show Richard Allen's state of mind and what he was going through when he was being incarcerated, that he was being held and shackled and, under suicide watch. And the fact that the defense was unable to get those videos in because the judge said, hey, you can put them in so long as you can verify the dates that these videos were taken. Is that a setback or is that a temporary setback until they can somehow verify the dates of these videos? Well,
I would assume it's a setback for sure, but I would assume that it's a temporary setback. I don't know the format in which they received these videos, if they were received from the state as discovery or if they were received based on a third-party request directly to the Department of Correction. But I would...
Hello, Reese. Thank you for being here. It's nice to see you. Pinto, I agree. I think that Gull has destroyed the case. It irritates the crap out of me that they can't present all the evidence. I don't care if you think it was aliens that landed on the moon and somebody jumped over from Mars. I don't care. If that's what you think, then you should be able to present it because the jury has to make up their minds at the end of the day. And You know, I mean, regardless of how it sounds, whatever evidence you have, you need to be able to present it. You can't make an informed decision without all of the evidence. That's what irritates me so much with this case.
I would assume someone this weekend is working really, really hard to be able to confirm those dates and present that evidence to the jury in a way that they can confirm those dates. It's not easy to tell the reason for Judge Gold's ruling on that. However, I know that a lot of these arguments were made at sidebar, and so our reporters are not privy to the exact arguments that were made. But in terms of admitting evidence like this, there has to be a foundation that it is what it purports to be. And then there has to be relevance. It has to be relevant to the issues that are before the jury. And so I would think they would be able to establish relevance without those dates, because what we heard at the end of the state's case is that allegedly Richard Allen's confessions began as early as that November 14th phone call, when he originally said to his wife, you know, if you're getting tired of this, I'll tell them whatever they want to know. And so the state suggested that was the beginning of the confessions. So we know that Richard Allen went into these conditions in that jail very early on, as early as November 3rd, when the safekeeping motion was granted. And so it would seem to me that it shouldn't matter at what point these conditions are being shown to the jury, because the conditions that he was under from the time he got there through the time of these confessions should be relevant. So it's a little bit confusing.
I think it should be relevant too. Hello, Shaboogies. I like saying your name, Shaboogies. Hello. Thank you for being here.
Confusing as to why she deemed that would have been a requirement. But either way, I think the defense will end up working that out.
Let's get your insight on Dr. Dwenger's testimony. Dr. Dwenger was the one who said that Richard Allen was diagnosed with serious mental illness and was gravely disabled at the time, around the time that he was making these confessions while he was being incarcerated. What kind of impact does that testimony have on the jury and the defense's case?
Well, it should have a significant impact, because
sorry.
Now they know that what the defense is trying to build is that he was mentally impaired at the time. That's been confirmed by a defense witness conclusively. Serious mental illness, grave disability. I'm not a doctor, but it doesn't take a doctor to understand that is impacting someone's mental health.
Reese says, did I hear right that the first judge quit because he was afraid for his family's safety? I think I remember hearing that. I can't be positive, but I think so. I think that was what was said. And then it went to Judge Gull after that. I'm pretty sure there was a first judge that is no longer on the case for, I don't remember what reason. But I mean, again, look at the comparison of this man on the left to the man on the right. I mean, it's just, my God.
It's impacting their mental state, and therefore it's impacting the things that come out of their mouth. And so I think that was powerful. And I think that we can tell how the jury is processing that based on their questions for that witness. We know that they asked her questions about whether or not she could determine if he was faking. They also asked her questions about what sort of things to look for if a person is faking a mental illness. And she gave them a pretty comprehensive list. So the great thing about that is that now they can apply their own reasoning to that and determine, based on what she told them, did they notice any of those things to suggest that he was faking? And so they're doing what we want jurors to do. They're keeping an open mind. They're asking questions, and they're trying to apply the evidence to what they're hearing.
Okay, so we'll get some more analysis from Katie in a moment. But Bob and Emily, I want to bring you back in because the former police chief and the sheriff took the witness stand today. Fill us in on how that went.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She supported.
Lordy, hold on, y'all. Okay. Yeah, that is creepy. And like I think it was Shaboogie just said, maybe it was to get Judge Gull on the case, because, you know, I think, you know, regardless of I don't know, there could be a reason. They could be friends with Judge Gull or whatever. There could have been an ultimate end game to trying to get her to reside over this trial.
Yeah, former Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby took the witness stand today, Bob, and he testified that at this point he believes that Richard Allen is the only person that committed these murders now, but he says that that was not always the case. And he said initially when this happened, again, he was the sheriff here in Carroll County. He characterized his role at the time as an administrative role, not necessarily boots on the ground. But he testified when this first happened, it was initially unknown how many people were involved. But when the defense questioned him, they asked him about a deposition he gave to the defense in August of 2023. And at that time, Lesenby said under oath that he thought multiple people were involved in this crime, at least 2. Now, keep in mind, Richard Allen had been arrested 10 months before. Lesenby is saying this in this deposition. He was also asked on the stand today who else in the investigation, in that central command, thought that more than one person could be involved. And he said, lead investigator Tony Liggett. So he was letting, the jury was able to hear that law enforcement on this case at one point thought that more than one person was involved. But at this point now, they believe that it's just Richard Allen involved. So
yeah, they seem to have changed. I mean, even when you go back and think about the original press conference that they had when they announced that they had arrested Richard Allen for this, there was discussion about the fact that we still have the tip line open.
Right.
We are still looking for information.
That's right.
And we are looking for information about other suspects. And we heard over the summer during testimony from some of the law enforcement officers that they said that all along they were told that they were looking for possibly 2, 3, 4, 5 different people who could be involved in this. So interesting. It seems like
and that bothers me because again, they're being told to look for so many different people, but yet that's not allowed to be even spoken of at trial. It's ridiculous. Yeah, we are talking about the West Memphis 3. We are doing the third part of the Paradise Lost documentaries today. And then basically how, what happened after they got out and all of that.
Their perception has changed over time.
Changed. Or at least, I mean, that's how they characterized it today. We also heard from Steve Mullen. He is the former police chief of the Delphi Police Department. He's now a lead investigator for the state for the prosecution. The defense really attacked the investigation here and the 2 sets of missing videos that have come up. They interviewed dozens and dozens, hundreds and hundreds of people in those early days after the crime and throughout that first year. And many of those videos are missing. Videos from February 14th to March 21st, 2017. Dozens and dozens of interviews are missing from some kind of glitch, some kind of recording problem. Nothing there. There's also videos missing from April 28th to June 2nd of 2017. They've been able to recover some of the video, but not the audio. So Andrew Baldwin started out by asking about that and asked Steve Mullen, why is missing evidence important? And Mullen said, because of the integrity of the case. And he also testified that, look, dozens and dozens of these video interviews are missing for both of us. We can't look at them anymore. You can't look at them anymore. And Baldwin asked him, did you write up a report each time that this happened, that you realized these videos were missing? And Steve Mullen said, yes, he wrote reports, but he did not put dates on these reports, right? And so I think Baldwin is trying to get at the fact, the defense had taken exception to the fact that it was several months before they even knew that there had been these videos that existed, and now these videos no longer were there. And so he wanted to know of Steve Mullen, did you put a date on these reports when you realized the videos were missing? And Steve Mullen said, no, I didn't. And Baldwin.
See, again, all of this evidence is missing, and I'm assuming they're talking about the interviews. Since when have you ever filled out a witness statement? Or, I mean, I haven't filled out a witness statement, but when you sign anything ever, really, like lawyer's office, doctor's office, dentist office, law enforcement, government agency, it has the date on it. Like, why is all of this paperwork running around with no date? There's evidence, but they can't pull audio from it, but yet the FBI is involved. Like, it's all baffling.
Really hammered him on this. Asked him, if you could do it again and put dates on these reports, would you do it? And Mullen replied, if I knew you were going to do this to me now, yes. And then he kind of scoffed. He went like this and scoffed. And Baldwin said, do you think this is funny? And he said, I do not. And it was at that point that I looked over at the jury to kind of see their reaction. And 2 jurors, 5 and 6, they were just kind of shaking their head like this. So the defense also asked Mullen.
Yes, I will look up his picture, Abellis, and see if I can add him to my one. I've got to make a new one tonight.
About Brad Weber. We know Brad Weber, we heard his
Right.
testimony the other day. There's some inconsistencies about whether when he left that Subaru plant, I think 202, if he went right home.
Yes.
It's a 25-minute drive home. He testified the other day on the stand for the state that, yes, he went right home. But we heard about some inconsistencies that, no, wait a minute, you in the beginning of this, when this first happened, you told some investigators that you had gone to work on some ATM machines, right? So,
right. And just to reiterate, he lives like
right there at the end of the private drive
to the crime scene,
right,
where the girls'
across
bodies
the creek,
were found.
across the creek from where the girls' bodies were found, right? So apparently we learned today through Steve Mullen's testimony that
that man in the van that lives right there by it is the one that's sus to me.
Mullen and Jerry
Abellis,
Coleman
I just wrote it down.
called up Weber in August, and it was after they saw that Dr. Monica Waller report where Richard Allen is talking about the van, talking about he got scared, right?
Yes.
He got scared
Yep.
because he saw a van and he took the girls across the creek and he murdered them, right? So they have this thing about this van. So then they call up Mr. Weber in August and they tell him we want to talk to you, and they go and talk to him. And Mullen testified today that he told them, yes, I drove my white van and yes, I drove it right home. And Baldwin seemed to suggest in his line of questioning, he wanted to know, basically, did you prep Brad Weber about what you were going to talk about that next day when you came to visit him? And Mullen said, no, we didn't tell him anything at all. We just came and talked to him. And Baldwin said, well, how did he know that? How was he able to recall white van and that he went right home, all these years ago? And Mullen said, well, he checked his text. He told us he was able to tell exactly what it was because he went back and he looked at his text. And Baldwin said, well, so why was he checking his text? Like, why would he have known to do that, to check his text and look back? And Mullen said, I can't answer that. I don't know. So that was an interesting moment, but Mullen did it.
And nobody thought to look into this guy and see about the story adding up. We didn't go check the ATM machines that he said he was supposedly checking. The ATM machine that has a camera, even at the ones that you pull up to in the grocery store parking lot, that could definitely verify whether he was there or not. We're just not going to check any of that. We're just going to roll with this man's story. Let's just go with it. That's how it's done. Unbelievable.
Did admit that, yes, there is a conflict between what Brad Weber said in those early days, right after the murders, and what he's saying now.
And Monday will be an interesting day because our understanding is Brad Weber is going to be called back to the stand to testify on Monday.
Lindsay says, and he lost his shit on the stand when pressed about his previous statement to authorities or an agent, and Weber said he went to check the ATMs. Then Rosie served him a subpoena on the stand. Yep. And he lost his shit. He got so mad and so furious because if he had did what he originally stated, then Richard Allen wouldn't have seen his van driving by then. But I think Richard Allen did see his van driving by. And I think he was driving by doing some nefarious shit, in my opinion. Allegedly speculating.
Last time we saw him, he left the courtroom very angry, really, raised his voice while he was being questioned by the defense team. That should be very interesting testimony that we are eager to see on Monday.
Another interesting moment in this when Mullen was testifying about discussing Brad Weber, Andrew Baldwin asked him, what kind of gun does Brad Weber have that you tested? And he said a Sig Sauer. a Sig Sauer. And then he said, but those tests determined that Brad Weber's gun was not involved. And we know that from the testimony that we listened to, I can't even remember the day now, that
Good afternoon, A Got Change, and I hope that you receive many blessings as well. Thank you.
that Brad Weber's
Thank you for being
gun,
here.
the forensic, the gun expert testified his gun was not excluded.
Correct.
Not necessarily not involved, right? But Mullen made a point of saying our tests show
Undetermined.
that right, exactly. Our tests show that this is Richard Allen's gun. So a couple more things came up. I mean, they had Steve Mullen on the stand for a long time.
And we should point out, this is, I believe, his fourth time that he has taken the witness stand. And, I suppose maybe that's not that unusual based on the fact that not only was he the former police chief, or he was the police chief at the time that the murders took place, but he has since moved on to the role of lead investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. So he's been instrumentally involved in the investigation and the questioning and compiling evidence.
Yeah.
And he's been a really key witness who's taken the stand.
A lot.
Yeah.
And a few more things came out. Baldwin asked him how many tips have come in about Richard Allen being on the trail that day, and he said only one. And then Baldwin asked him, did law enforcement get numerous tips saying that they recognized the voice on that video, the down
I agree, Anders.
the hill video? And Mullen testified that over the years, we've gotten hundreds of people who said they knew the voice on that video. That's what he said, but he didn't elaborate on that. And then of course, Baldwin asked him, before Richard Allen was arrested, how many times did he confess? And Mullen said none. So those were some other key moments that came out. He was, on the stand for quite a long time. So
he was. And again, the jurors have been listening.
That is, and I noticed that, and I debated on whether to bring it up, but I'm going to bring it up. They just stated that what Lindsay said that is bonkers too. Now he's the lead investigator for the prosecutor's office. So what that means is this sheriff now goes around and collects all the evidence the prosecution needs to prosecute a person that's on trial. And nobody sees any conflict of interest with his testimony or any of that. Like the job title now, I mean, no, none of that going on over there in Carroll County. No, none of that, right? Okay. I see you.
Very, very closely. They've continued to ask a lot of questions. One of the questions that I want to point out here that they asked actually elicited some of the most interesting testimony of the day. I think some of the most helpful testimony of the day for jurors. And Katie had mentioned that just a little bit ago. While Dr. Dwenger was testifying, she was basically done with her testimony. And one of the jurors asked a question about when faking mental health concerns, could a person kind of slip in truths into a confession? And that brought up a discussion by Dr. Dwenger about how to tell if someone is faking mental illness versus genuine psychosis. And her answer here was really interesting. She said, if it's a brief psychotic episode, the person would be detached from the story that they are telling. So if a story is organized and if it makes sense and it's chronological, chances are that as a person's talking, that their story is probably they're faking it, because someone who is genuinely experiencing psychosis, their story would be disorganized, not easily followed, not chronological. Those would be signs of someone perhaps being delusional or psychotic. So the jury today, again, continuing to ask really important questions, Scott, and showing that they continue to be really engaged in the testimony that's being given.
All right, Bob and Emily.
Even if his story was organized and thought out and put together, they were having to shoot him up with Haldol, and he was eating his feces. Like, I don't care what kind of psychosis if you're trying to fake it. You can't fake eating your feces. Like, you're gonna throw up and be like, no, it's too much for me. I'm not taking it. Like, you can't fake that. You're either all in or it's not gonna happen. That's a problem for me. We can't be faking eating feces now. That's a bit much.
Emily, we'll get back to you. Let's bring Katie back in and find out her analysis of what we've been hearing from day 13 of the testimony. So we've heard a little bit more about the former Carroll County Sheriff and the former Delphi Police Chief. What were some of the things?
Excuse me. So Shaboogie says some streamer tried to tell me all that matters is that it made the same marks. Talking about the bullet, not if it occurred from different actions. Right. One was a spent shell casing and one was an unspent shell casing. It does matter that they're not the same. You're comparing apples to oranges. It doesn't match. It's not going to match. Regardless of the marks it made, you have to compare a spent cartridge to a spent cartridge, or an unspent cartridge to an unspent cartridge. You cannot compare spent to unspent. Thank you, Eek, so much for the membership gifts. That was super sweet of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, love. If you guys were given a membership from Eek, please make sure you tell her thank you. Thank you, Eek. That was so sweet. Thank you so much, love.
Things that caught your attention?
Well, the first thing that sticks out to me as a trial attorney, having worked on both sides, is that it's just not a good look for the state, for the defense to be calling state's witnesses or state actors. As a prosecutor, you have to show all of your scars. You have to show all the facts of your case, right, wrong, or indifferent. And so when you have defense attorneys calling people like the former fire chief, the former police chief, the former sheriff, that's just not a good look, because it's telling the jury, especially the witnesses that had already testified, is telling the juries, hey, wait a minute. These guys had something to say that you didn't want us to hear. And so the feedback that I've gotten from jurors over the years is that they felt lied to, or they felt that the prosecution was hiding evidence. So that's
important. And I hope the jury picks up on that. Lindsay says, and your whole experiment is shot whenever you also can't exclude another similar weapon. And nonetheless, or not even to mention, the other weapon resides yards from the scene. What she's talking about is the neighbor's gun could not be excluded from the experiment. The neighbor that lives yards from the scene, who drives down the driveway that passes the crime scene by feet. All of it. It's just, and nobody thought to look into this person. Stop it.
Just not a good strategy for the state. And we talked about this before. Each time the state objected to the defense's questions going beyond the scope of their questions, meaning you can't talk about it because we didn't bring it up, it puts the onus on the defense to recall these witnesses. And they're doing just that. And the jury must have some questions about that. And it causes distrust. So it's just really bad strategy on the part of the state to allow that to happen. But in terms of what we're hearing from them, so you take that idea that it already doesn't look good, that these are state actors being called by the defense. They're also providing just that evidence that was left out by the state. They are pointing out inconsistencies. They are talking about things that happened that we didn't hear in the state's case in chief, like dozens of interviews missing. That's really powerful strategy on the part of the defense to actually call those witnesses and what they're telling the jury is, listen to what the state didn't tell you. And the jury has been advised through those instructions that a reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence or a lack of evidence. And now they're hearing about that lack of evidence.
And that was what came up from the former Carroll County Sheriff, who was testifying that some of these recorded interviews have disappeared.
Exactly. And also from Mullen, who was the police chief at the time, who now works for the prosecutor's office.
Right. Lead prosecutor, right?
That's just double bad, right? Because not only is he the former police chief, he currently works for the prosecutor's office.
Right, as the lead investigator for the prosecutor's office.
So now the defense is calling as a witness someone who works for the prosecutor's office to make their points. The prosecution should have never allowed that to happen. That's just really bad strategy. And so for the defense, I think that this is really good strategy. And even though their case may seem a little discombobulated right now, we have to remember that the state's case is always put on in chronological order, and it should be meant to tell a story. The defense is on defense. And so each witness will feel like they are dropping these disconnected nuggets, but that's exactly what you should expect from the defense's case. And you should expect these defense attorneys to put it all together for the jury in closing.
We've got one more question for you.
That's interesting, Anders. I didn't know that.
Before we get it back to Bob and Emily, what do you make about this line of questioning to the former Delphi police chief about Brad Weber, who's this man that lives across the creek, not far from where the girls' bodies were found? Questions about the white van that Richard Allen said he got scared and saw a white van and left. Questions about his gun. What do you make about that line of questioning?
Well, it's huge. First of all, Brad Weber's credibility is a big issue here because we now understand the exchange between Brad Weber and Rosie and why Rosie's cross.
We did hear about the hairs in Abby's hands and that they weren't tested, but she said, I'll have to confirm, but I heard there were Kelsey Germans. They aren't making a big deal about that because her being involved doesn't fit the narrative. Right. And I've heard before, and I can't remember the story behind but that the sister could have been involved, which would have been Kelsey. And Pinto, I like her too. She's a defense attorney, and she's really intelligent.
Cross was so important. We understand the detail that he was trying to develop was that you can't say only the killer would have known about this white van, because in fact, that information is not true. We now understand that by asking Brad Weber, didn't you go out to service the ATMs? He's essentially saying your white van would not have been on that road in that time frame. So if Richard Allen said this, it's because he was going through a mental breakdown and he was making things up. And so we saw him confront Brad Weber about this, and Brad Weber got really defensive, which is curious because he's a witness that shouldn't have a dog in this fight, right? And so now his credibility is at issue in terms of whether we should even believe what he's saying about being on that road at the time. And it's also showing that what he said before was inconsistent with what he said on the stand,
right,
which highlights that that's not a smoking gun for the state, that Richard Allen knew this mysterious information about this van that only the killer would have known, because in fact, we can't even trust that that's a real fact that actually occurred.
Right. Remember, there was a line.
Right. I pointed that out when they talked about that, because when I found out that it was a new sweater from the back of her car, I was like, there's no way it would have a hair on it then. That doesn't make any sense. But who am I?
Of questioning about the bullet, the magic bullet, as they called, that was found in between the girls' bodies. And they were saying that testing on Brad Weber's gun was inconclusive on that bullet.
Exactly.
So
exactly. And that's huge also, just like Bob and Emily were saying.
Right.
For Mullen to say, no, his gun was excluded, that's just false. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence, and it's inappropriate for a witness of his caliber to make that sort of assertion that's not consistent with what the expert said. Inconclusive means just that, inconclusive. You can't decide one way or the other. So it's completely inconsistent with the evidence for him to say that Brad Weber's gun was excluded. It wasn't.
Right.
So now you have this person whose credibility is at issue, who has proximity to the crime scene, and who's getting all aggressive with defense counsel. It's starting to make him seem a little bit questionable about, his relation to this entire scenario.
And this is going to be interesting for all of us to watch on Monday, because as Bob mentions, Brad Weber is due to be called back as a defense witness on Monday. So it'll be interesting to see what the line of questioning is there. Let's get back to Bob and Emily about the other witnesses that were called today.
So we'll go over that tomorrow and see what he said today when they put it out this evening. We'll see what was said while he took the defense stand today. Ron Logan, they couldn't never figure out the height of Bridge Guy, because it would depend on if she was standing on the actual bridge or down in like a little valley out of the way. And Eek, I question if it was a girl too. I mean, there's a lot of suspects here that were never looked into.
Yeah. So one of the witnesses, and I guess we should say up front, no real bombshells from the other four witnesses, but we do want to mention them. One of them had specifically to do with Brad Weber. Christopher Godey, he was one of the many officers that.
Eek, I will look up and see if I can find anything. It was when it first happened that I heard about the possibility of Kelsey having done it, who was the last person to see them before they died, or Bridge Guy was actually, but she was the one that dropped them off. I'll look into that and see if I can pull something on it for us to watch tomorrow, that theory that Kelsey may have done it.
That flooded into the Delphi area right after these murders took place to try and help with the investigation. He works in Northwest Indiana, but he came down as part of an FBI task force. He interviewed Brad Weber along with an FBI agent, and the defense asked Godey what Weber said during the interview, and he said he couldn't remember.
No, Eek, she does not match the other suspect drawing.
He showed him the report of the interview that he and the FBI agent put together and worked on after they had done the interview with Weber, and the defense showed him that report to try to refresh his memory. And then the defense asked him again after he looked at that report, what did Weber say in 2017 in the interview that was conducted with him? And interestingly enough, at that point, he still couldn't remember. Even after reading the report, it was pretty obvious that Christopher Godey did not want to be in court today. He had no interest in...
Prices are soaring, wages are stagnating, and Brian Kahn's solution?
Don't really care what Mr. Kahn's solution is. Shabugi says you don't have time to place sticks. Sorry. And redress the one victim specifically in the other victim's clothes with no essay and still get to play this as a sexual assault crime. Right. I agree. And I was talking, allegedly speculating the other day about why, like, if they were wearing tight clothes and then you have a body that is deceased, let me get my trigger warning banner going. This is a big trigger warning, but if you have two bodies that are deceased and both bodies were wearing tight fitting clothes before they were deceased, and then you're trying to redress a deceased body, you're going to have a hard time putting those clothes back on. So that's why I question if that was the reason that Abby was in Libby's clothes. I think that's who it was. Yeah, the smaller one was in the girl that was a little bit bigger's clothes, because I'm questioning if she couldn't get them, if they weren't able to put clothes back on them after they were deceased or had a hard time. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let me unmute it.
It really seemed like he had no interest in trying to remember. Again, even when he was given a report to read, he read that report. He's like, nope, I still don't remember anything. And at that point, there was no more questioning. There was no cross-examination. He was just let go.
And of course, we found out at the end of the day that the defense is trying to bring that FBI agent back who was with him that day and interviewed Brad Weber, who wrote the report. And the defense has asked, apparently, this FBI agent, and we learned this in court today, right at the end, the defense had filed a motion for him to appear remotely because of apparently some kind of health issue. And Judge Gall denied that. So there it is. And basically the argument from the state was, if you want to impeach Brad Weber, talk to Brad Weber. Like, let's hear from Brad Weber on Mondays. You don't need to do this remote interview with this FBI agent. That's an aside. But
again, Monday's going to be super interesting. Wow. So we heard from Brad Heath, and
that's a good point, Shabugi. Yeah, they could have just left them both nude.
David McCain. They are two individuals who live very close. They live just outside of Delphi. Brad Heath, he's retired, but on the day of the murders, he reported back at the time that he saw a blue car parked close to the Monon Trails. He first saw that vehicle at 8:45 in the morning, and then he was in Delphi doing some work that day. And when he left at 2:06, he saw that same vehicle. He reported it to police, and that's what he reported. And again, there was no additional questioning. There was no cross-exam. That was it for Brett Heath.
I was going to say one thing that stuck out to me about that when they were asking him about the car, he said a few years later he was watching the movie The Fugitive, the old version, and he spotted a car in that movie, and that was actually in the exhibits today that we looked at. It was a picture of a vehicle.
I did hear about that case. That was the pretty couple. They were like both beautiful people, and yeah, the girl offered her little sister to the guy, and he ended up killing her.
From The Fugitive. So this is what Brett Heath had connected it to, and that's how he recalled it. Yeah.
David McCain, his testimony was actually fascinating today. He knows so much about the bridge. He was on the trails, and he said he was on the bridge on the day that the girls were murdered. And in his testimony, I'm trying to pull up a little bit. He's worked a lot as far as like preservation and creating the trail. So he knows a lot about the bridge. He knows that it's 852 feet long. He testified that it's 65 feet above Deer Creek that's below. His testimony was really interesting, but the gist of it was that he was on the trail and he was on the bridge in the vicinity. He said it was sometime between 2 and 4 o'clock on the day of the murders. He took pictures. He went there to take photographs. He ended up giving his SIM card to the FBI for them to check over that, which he said he never got back. He said that he saw a couple walking on the trails. He wasn't exactly sure if it was before or after he was on the bridge. And he described, as he was going back to his car, hearing someone yell, "Hey, have you seen two girls?" And from the description he gave, it seemed as if it was probably Libby's father, who had testified earlier that he was out there and was kind of yelling to people, "Hey, have you seen anyone?" And the description he gave made it seem like it was Derek German that had yelled that. There was some questioning about his timing on the trail during cross-exam. But again, all three of these witnesses, Godey, Heath, McCain, it seemed to be trying to give the jury, again, the impression that these are questions about someone else who might have been out on the trail that day, on the bridge that day. And
why haven't they come forward? My question. I hadn't heard that, Lindsay, but thank you for letting me know. Hello, Ironic Echoes. Thank you for being here. I've seen you somewhere before. Thank you for being here. I like your name. I remembered your name from somewhere, but I can't remember where. I like your name.
Putting the idea that maybe it was not necessarily Richard Allen who was the only person who was out there who could have done this.
Did you catch a moment where I think it was Baldwin asked him about a picture he took of a fence? Because he said when he came off the bridge, he kind of went down this one little area. Everyone kind of got a chuckle out of it because he said, "Oh, I'm interested in taking pictures of this tree or a fence. I key in on stuff like that." And that when he was taking a picture, I think of the fence. When he's seen that picture later, there's a car in the background. Did you catch that moment? And Baldwin asked, "Hey, did the police ever ask you about that car or any of noticing that? Do you remember that?"
Pizzagate, Lord, we'll have to deep dive it one day. It's about a pizza parlor called Comet Pizza, and they would have like young Disney, like the Mickey Mouse Club stars and people perform there in a basement area. And they would basically drug the kids and do horrific things, from what I understand. It's a mostly, Eek said it. It's a mostly unproven child smex ring. Yeah, you should look into it. I'll get in trouble if I talk about it because it's too conspiracy for a lot of people. But you should look into it.
Remember that moment?
Well, he didn't recall. If I remember
there
correctly,
was a lot of
he didn't
recalling.
recall the information. And actually, I wrote down
probably ironic.
There were some of the witnesses today that struggled because their
you
memory
can hang
now,
out here anytime
compared
you want
to 7.5 years ago is.
Here in Eastern North Carolina, we look out for each.
I don't know why. I think I told y'all already. Okay, we're back to this. Never mind.
What it used to be.
Of course, we can blame them.
But the interesting things with David McCain is they asked, did you hear any, screaming or anything when you were out on the bridge? Did you hear anything unusual? And he said he did not. So that was the testimony today. And then we had one other, Daryl Sterrett also testified.
The fire chief, the former fire chief of Delphi. And what's interesting, we're talking about memory. He struggled a little bit when he was testifying, and it left both of us, we were talking about, it left us with the impression, oh, okay, he must be trying to recall things from 7 years ago. And it turns out he was just deposed 3 weeks ago. I think he testified. But Daryl Sterrett talked about the fact that he was at the fire station that night. They were doing some kind of training. So he was there with the firefighters. He is the chief. They were doing some CPR training, and a call came in at dispatch at about 7 o'clock of that night, letting them know that they had 2 missing girls, 2 missing teens. And he said initially what they did is search the town. Some people went and looked in at the basketball game and different things that were going on around Delphi that night to see, okay, maybe could they be there? And eventually they went to the bridge. He testified at 9:30. He took his personal car, but some other firemen and fire trucks apparatuses went with him. And he said, when he got there, he figured, well, he said, it was important. We had 2 girls exposed to the elements, even though we know it had been an unseasonably warm day that day. But he said, my thought was when he got there, they were hunkered down, cold and scared, and waiting for us to find them. So that's, kind of the idea that he had in his head as they set out. And he described walking through the brush, all of the firemen also being able to see some citizens.
That's really sad to think these babies are out there just lost and like hunkered down somewhere scared, just waiting for somebody to find them. And then you find them in the way that they found them.
There in the search. It was very dark. He says they searched the west side of the bridge. They did a general search of the area, the north and south sides of the creek, east and west. There was some lights from the apparatuses. He struggled to kind of remember that, but when he looked at his deposition, okay, he remembered some bigger lights, and then he said that they all had flashlights. Each of the firemen, they all had flashlights, and they were searching around, and they saw nothing. They saw no clothing. They saw nothing that stood out to them. No clothing in the creek, nothing.
And it seemed that the reason that they asked Mr.
And that was really interesting to me because they said they found the clothes in the creek early the next day. But like, if 2 girls have gone missing at a place like that, the first thing you're going to do is check the creek. And they didn't see it that night, and they didn't see the bodies that night. I mean, using my allegedly speculating, I would say that maybe that's because they weren't there then. They didn't get put there until later that night when everybody had left and they were found the next morning, is what I think. But that's just speculation.
Mr. Sterrett to testify was, again, this idea that they've floated earlier in the trial that maybe the girls were not there all night. They asked, were there lights shining? Did you have lights shining out of this area? Did you see any clothes
great
in the
minds
creek?
and all.
Did you search this area? Seeming to kind of get to the idea that, hey, you guys were out in these areas and you didn't see anything. Were the victims perhaps, were they killed somewhere else at some other time and then their bodies were brought here? So seeming to insinuate that, we believe there's a theory that Abby and Libby were not there all night lying dead, that maybe the crime took place somewhere else.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what happened. Lindsay said that's why I don't know why they called off the search. You'd think you could have massive lights on the bridge and illuminate the whole area. Plus, the moon was at 92% illumination. Let me tell you something. If my child goes missing, you ain't going to be able to call me off. I'm looking until I find them. I'm looking. I'm not sleeping. I'm not eating. I'm going to make sure somebody is at my house in case they come home, and I am searching. I'm not, you would have to pull me out of there kicking and screaming to make me stop searching. Nope.
Yeah, I mean, insinuating that you didn't see anything because there was nothing to see at that point.
8 witnesses today. Again, we know that there were over 120 that were that the defense put on their potential list. We know a lot of those now are not going to be testifying during this trial because the Odinism theory has been tossed out by Judge Gall. So we have another day of a short day of testimony tomorrow from 9 to 12, and then a much deserved break for the jury. I believe today was day 17 since they have been sworn in they've been working hard, and they will get a day off on Sunday, and we will get a day off as well. And then we'll be right back at it come Monday. So, Scott, we're going to send it back to you, and we hope you and Katie have a good weekend, and we'll have more coverage from out here tomorrow on Saturday, because Judge Gall has us going 6 days a week, and the jury going 6 days a week as we try to inch closer to a verdict and giving the jury an opportunity.
Being here, love. It's nice to see you. I like your name too. That's a pretty interesting name, Jeebus. Eek, I think, is a pretty interesting name as well. Okay, so that was all for the Delphi updates. Like I said, we will have an update to go over in the morning from tonight. I see a lot of new faces in here. I'll have to ask a question on a community poll or something and see if y'all would like me to start going in the afternoon, or if you guys like the morning lives better. I know a lot of people come here and really enjoy drinking coffee and talking in the morning. But y'all let me know, or I'll make a community post, like I said, and we'll discuss whether y'all want to do, if you like it at this time better than in the morning. So we're going to jump over here to Paradise Lost. We watched the first 2 videos of these documentaries about the West Memphis 3 yesterday. And today we're going to watch the third one. And I kind of wanted to try to get your ideas on who you felt was guilty or innocent. Although this first video didn't give us all the evidence, we're starting to get a little bit more. We're starting to learn a little bit more when we watch Paradise 2. And this is going to be Paradise 3. This is a 2-hour video, so if you guys can't stay the whole time, I completely understand. Don't feel bad.
True paragraph.
Hold on a minute.
I'm not sure about the time frame, but yeah.
That's Terry Hobbs. That's who we were talking about, the stepdad who they think could be responsible. So, yeah, again, this is what's Paradise Lost 3, Purgatory, and it's the documentary. It's by Whoami, Whoami. Please give them a like and subscribe. It looks like there's going to be Spanish, it looks like, subtitles, or there might be. So I just wanted to let y'all know. I think Terry Hobbs was guilty as well. It says the documentary contains images that are, I can't figure out the rest of it. I tried.
Cameras are rolling on every word and movement of the West.
This is 1994. It's going to recap the first documentaries.
West Memphis murder trials as reporters scurry to get the story. But as Deirdre Kuhn reports, the crew behind...
Serena had told us about a great podcast on this called Last Podcast on the Left. I did link it, or I shared for people to go look at that in the description box of the last live. So hopefully some people were able to go look at that. I did link the first and second videos, and if you wanted to buy the first documentary that has all the evidence in it, you could buy that. And I linked the last podcast on the left. I don't think I linked them, but I told them that they could go there.
Behind one camera isn't chasing a story. They're creating a comment on society.
This is the scene in the Corning courthouse. The defense, the prosecution, and this film crew getting ready for the day ahead. These New York filmmakers spent the last 8 months getting to intimately know the people involved in the case.
The filmmakers are considering calling the documentary Paradise Lost. They expect it to air on HBO in about a year.
Is it fair to say that following the HBO documentaries, the Paradise Lost documentaries, there became sort of a public, let me finish my question, I'm sorry. There became sort of a public debate or controversy about whether the West Memphis 3 had been wrongfully convicted.
Yes.
And that public controversy, and I understand your position that it was caused by the documentaries, but that public controversy really did expand to be a national controversy.
Right. It's almost a cause.
We get to listen to Metallica. It's funny you say that. Sarah says I had my boyfriend listen to it on our 11-hour road trip to Missouri last year. He laughs at me because I get so worked up and animated over this case. Yeah, I was actually talking to my boyfriend about these YouTube streets being on fire this morning, and I was getting mighty animated too, and he was laughing at me. So it reminded me of that. or my husband, my fiance. Yeah, I was talking to him this morning in the truck and getting all worked up and animated as well. You reminded me of that.
La última vez que los vimos, los tres niños iban juntos en bici y se dirigían hacia una zona boscosa al final de la calle.
We might have a problem. Oh no, because that's not going to work. That was a little bit of loud Spanish. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I wish I could. I would like buy them so we could Purgatory. I would buy them so we could watch them, but I think I'd get in trouble. So that's the one that I was watching. Let's see. Okay, this might be it. This is called True Lens Documentary. Let's try this one. This should be the third one. So this one is from True Lens Documentaries. Please give them a like and subscribe. Yeah, real quick. Heavy, very heavy, extremely heavy trigger warning, because I try to catch it when they show images of these children. But I don't know if I will be able to catch it every time. I try real hard. If you see something, I sincerely apologize. And I just wanted to let you know that.
Cameras are rolling on every word and movement of the West Memphis murder trials as reporters scurry to get the story. But as Deirdre Kuhn reports, the crew behind one camera isn't chasing a story. They're creating a comment on society.
This is the scene at the Corning Courthouse. The defense,
I don't have
the
that.
prosecution,
I have before.
and this film crew getting ready for the day ahead. These New York filmmakers spent the last 8 months getting to intimately know the people involved in the case.
The filmmakers are considering calling the documentary Paradise Lost. They expect it to air on
Yeah,
HBO
I wasn't
in
either,
about a
Anders.
year.
Is it fair to say that following the HBO documentaries, the Paradise Lost documentaries, there became sort of a public, let me finish my question, I'm sorry. There became sort of a public debate or controversy about whether.
When I saw it in the beginning, I was like, oh my God, yeah. And I was really surprised that they were even had it on YouTube, as graphic as it was.
West Memphis 3 had been wrongfully convicted.
Yes.
And that public controversy, and I understand your position that it was caused by the documentaries, but that public controversy really did expand to be a national controversy.
Right. It's almost a cause.
I wanted to talk about, you just saw them fly over a gas station. Now, here, let me pull that up on the screen real quick. And they're about to show it too. So I'm going to have to do an overlay right after this. You see this gas station right here, right? So the boys were found in the woods right over here where my mouse is. So a lot of people think, and like you can see, these are all 18-wheelers in the back. A lot of people think it was somebody, if it wasn't Terry Hobbs, then it could have been somebody who stopped at the truck stop. Like, killers, people think that killers it would be easy to do that while you're driving trucks, because you're just driving through towns, taking loads and stuff. So it would have been easy if there was a killer driving through town on an 18-wheeler for him to just park, go over there and do what he did, and then come back. So I wanted to show you guys that and let you know that that was a theory. Let me get my overlay up because I just saw where they're going to show the boys. So I'm going to play this and then catch it with the overlay.
Last time we saw them, the three boys were riding bikes together.
Okay, it's not
and
yet.
headed
I'm
down
trying
towards
real hard to
wooded
catch it.
area at the end of the street, which was about 6:30 yesterday evening. And they're always in the house before dark. None of the three have ever been missing or taken off ever before.
What's going through your mind as a parent?
I'm scared to death. That's, plain and simple. I'm scared for the safety and welfare of all three boys and would appreciate any help that anyone would give us in recovering our three sons.
Now be aware because I saw it and I'm trying to catch it. I just want to. I'm going to go ahead and cover it because I'm sure it's right here. Yep, I caught it. Okay, hold on. They're showing the boys. I can't see comments right this second. Jesus. Hold on now. Ooh, Lord. Okay. Hold on, I'm coming back to comments now. I think the teens are innocent too. That's the man they think could be guilty of doing it.
West Memphis investigators continue to track down leads in the case, but they still have no suspects.
We've got 30,000 people in West Memphis, and as far as I'm concerned,
Yep,
everybody's
the boogies, I agree.
Instead of letting their kids walk
You're
home
welcome,
from school, parents started picking them up.
And in this middle-class neighborhood, people wonder why no one has been arrested for the murders.
The reward for information leading to the conviction of the killer or killers has skyrocketed and is now at $25,000.
I didn't know that. I know that they sued Napster for having their music on it. Sarah. Yeah, Shaboogie says, I feel awful for the parents. They're not even investigating it anymore. Yeah, and whoever did this is just going to get away with it because them teenage boys didn't do this. They don't even care that the killers are out there. They are. And the guys from Metallica believed in the innocence of the three. Yeah, I feel for the parents too because I couldn't. I mean, it's horrible what happened to them babies. Just like Delphi, yep.
All of West Memphis is just torn up.
This is a month later.
People in West Memphis gathered in church today to count their blessings after an emotional week capped by the arrests. For more than a month, the savage murders of Steve Branch, Chris Byers, and Michael Moore had nagged people's conscience.
At a press conference, Inspector Gary Gitchell said the case against the accused teens is very strong.
Scale of 1 to 10, how solid do you think the case is?
11.
Jesse and Miss Kelly,
This is
Damian
God
Echoes, and
months
Jason
later.
Baldwin are now convicted killers.
Do you have any legal reason?
Well, Abellis Metallica knew about the cake. The same reason that I'm playing this, even though I know I can't monetize, but I could get in trouble for playing the music with the words. But it's because like the same reason, because they basically bastardized Metallica because of these murders. They said that the boys did it because they listened to Metallica and they wore all black and they were experimenting with Wicca. And so that's why I'm like, it's important to portray the Metallica aspect of this, because just because of, like, again, I go back to when I was a teenager. I was gothic. I listened to Metallica. I was into witchcraft and all kinds of things, and that doesn't make you a killer. And they tried to basically say with these three boys that it did make them a killer because they were the most likely suspect because they listened to Metallica and wore black and all of that. And, I just couldn't imagine when I was 16 years old facing something like this and be convicted on what they were convicted on, because they were basically convicted for listening to Metallica.
Reason to show the court or give the court at this time as to why a sentence should not be imposed?
Because I'm innocent. Pardon? Because I'm innocent.
It took forever. I didn't even think about that, Shaboogies. There was Now, that one boy was castrated, which could be considered, I guess it would be some type. They weren't sexually molested, but that one boy was castrated. But that is a good point, in referencing the Delphi trials. Right, Abellis?
Mark was kind of like Bart Simpson. He had a great sense of humor.
I do want
He
us to
could make you
remember the
laugh,
victims.
no matter how depressed you was, no matter how bad things were going. He always wanted everybody being.
I'm sorry for pausing. I'm going to let it play after this for a little bit, but please do, at the end of the day, remember the victims, all of the victims, the boys that went to prison and the boys that were red-rummed or murdered. I can say it on this one. The boys that were horrifically murdered and brutalized. Remember them and their family. I could not imagine going through what they're going through. So don't forget any of the victims in this.
In a good mood.
Right?
He can make anybody laugh. He come up with the silliest things. I damn sure miss him.
Stevie wasn't a fine boy. He was. We give him a nice home, we felt like. And, we're sad that this has happened. We're sad that he's gone.
I always said that Christopher was a gift. Christopher was my gift. And I've asked God why. Why, if you were going to take him, why didn't you take him when he was tiny? Why did you let me love him for 8 years?
That part broke my heart.
Damian Eccles, Jason Baldwin, Jesse Miskelly.
When that baby was born, he had issues, and she almost lost him right after he was born. And it broke. I'm trying not to cry now when she says that, why not just take him when he was born if you were going to do this, because he had complications when he was born. So every time I hear that it breaks my heart. Right.
Jr. I hope y'all all burn
I'm so
in
sorry,
hell and are
Trixie.
tormented for
I am so
eternity in
sorry,
a
love.
day. I couldn't ever put into words how much I hate you.
For nearly 2 decades, Damian Eccles, Jason Baldwin, and Jesse Miskelly Jr., the young men convicted of the murders, have maintained their innocence.
There's still going to be people who won't believe it no matter what.
I'm
But
so
I did
sorry,
not.
Trixie. I love you.
Kill those children or anybody else.
Right, Jenny?
I had nothing to do with it, and I know nothing about it.
If I could talk to the families of the victims right now.
Hey, Joy.
They were led to believe by the police that we done it, so I understand that they hate us, hate me. But I didn't do it, I didn't have anything to do with it. I'm sorry that
Ironic Echoes, I am so sorry. I am so sorry for that. Trixie has lost her child too. I am so sorry for y'all. I couldn't imagine. And if you ever want to talk, you guys can email me. I'm so sorry. Yes, hello, Joy, and thank you for being here. I wanted to point out, look at the boys and how young they are, like they're babies themselves.
your kids are dead. I'm sorry about that. But all I ask is y'all go back and look at the evidence. Just stop and think, and don't let your emotions about it all get to your head, and just stop and think and look back at the evidence and look where the evidence does point, and ask yourself, now who do you think really done it?
They know that they got 3 innocent people locked up for a crime they didn't commit. I didn't kill nobody, but to me, I think it's wrong because it ain't about us. It's about the victims themselves. You know what I'm saying? They need peace. The victim's family needs peace, and I think the police owes that to them.
I do too. That was him
facts
now.
of the crime scene are actually a pretty interesting part of the case.
That was that young boy now, that the young boy you saw in the picture and in the camouflage bulletproof vest walking. That was him at the time that this movie was recorded. So 2011, it would seem.
Because this crime took place in a wooded area. It was near 2 major freeways. It happened right near a truck stop, which is now closed, but it was a major truck stop. People would be in and out of that truck stop 24 hours a day. It was open 24 hours a day. And it also joined a 24-hour-a-day truck.
Oh, I'm sorry,
so
Zio.
there was traffic in that area.
There was so much hysteria around the nature of the crimes. There's a lot of fear in the community, and naturally there is an incredible amount of pressure on the police to find who's responsible.
I'm sorry, Trixie.
But as days go by, there isn't, the evidence doesn't obviously point to any particular individual, again, because there's very little left at the scene.
And at about 6 o'clock on May the 5th, Chris Byers, Stevie Branch, and Michael Moore were last seen headed toward Robin Hood Hills.
The pipe crosses 10 Mile Bayou. This is the trail that goes across the area, which is known as
sitting in y'all all
Hill.
hugs. We all need to hug
The
each other
trail
today.
will either split and go that way, which leads into the area of the crime scene, which lays right in this area, or the trail continues straight forward and goes into the back end of Blue Beacon.
I was directed by an officer that they had found a tennis shoe floating in a ditch. I had to go down to cross to get on the other side to get closer, and fell into the water here and came up the bank and around over to the area where the tennis shoe was. I walked around the tree and stepped off into the water and was reaching for the tennis shoe, and with my feet I could feel an object, and I raised up and discovered this body.
Detective Ridge, I believe that you'd indicated earlier something about a stick in the water, stuck in the water.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that again.
There was a stick in the water that had a shirt around the end of it, and that shirt was jobbed down into the mud with the stick. Exhibit number 22. The ligatures, the way that Michael Moore was tied, Stevie Branch was tied with ligatures, right hand to right foot, left hand to left foot.
I'm talking away. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to catch everything, but they pop it up. They'll just throw it on right on up there. So I'm sorry if y'all saw that.
Found him tied as the other two victims have been tied.
Was there any visible blood found at the crime scene?
any visible blood, not on the ground.
If you really look at the crime scene and the condition of
Okay.
the bodies and so forth, it's almost a
Sorry
blank
about that.
crime
Like I
scene. I
said,
mean,
it,
the
look,
bodies are
see, there it is.
concealed and then they're brought
Lord
up, and
Jesus.
the kids are
Hold on.
hogtied with shoelaces, and there's not a lot of
See
blood
how
at
they
the
just
scene.
throw it
So
right up there.
it's
I'm
almost
like,
like
Lord
a projection
Jesus, y'all.
screen on which you can create any kind of theory about how and why the crime was done.
Okay, hopefully they're done for right now with the picture.
Well, right down here will be the house, 1400 East Spartan. Makes you kind of think what life might have been if this crime hadn't have happened.
Fears of satanic cults in Crittenden County reached their peak last week when the teenagers were arrested.
Names of several suspects appear
Okay,
on
Ironic,
railroad
thank you for
trestles
being
along
here.
with what appear to be satanic symbols.
People from school that doesn't even know him don't say that he was a devil worshiper and he didn't worship the devil.
Ironic, I hope you have a good day. Yeah, we're usually live in the morning, but I'm going to do a poll later and see if y'all like it better in the afternoon, and we'll go from there.
When he's not any cult.
So many unanswered questions, all from a senseless act.
In the neighborhood, rumors begin.
Well, I've heard things before about cults, and I really didn't believe it, but some of the kids in the neighborhood I've talked to say there is. They've found some animals back there. When they play back there, it looked like they've been cut up.
Boy, it sure looks rough. Windows boarded up, man, yard boarded up. Doesn't look good.
At some time, all three suspects in the West Memphis murder case have lived in the Lakeshore Trailer Park. Residents here claim to have seen strange ritualistic meetings at the park prior to the murders.
Joni Dwyer lives next door to Jason Baldwin. Her three boys often played with Jason, but that all changed after her husband found some drawings Jason had done.
My husband just didn't like what he saw in them drawings. He said, he told my son this is devil worshiping. He had snakes and the sayings they had. Some of them were in Latin and stuff.
Look at him now. So this is the one we saw that was so animated on the previous stream, and lighting fires at the grave and all of that, acting a fool. This is him now, or in 2010, it says. Yeah.
A lot of memories. Christopher's room right there, where you can see the set of three windows. This house and the Moore's house.
Cranium, yep.
I would say
Cranium.
The majority of the past 17 years, they appear to have been empty.
Yeah,
You could
no-
have
no
people
doubt,
that are gonna
Zaya.
go, oh, the house is cursed, or that's where the little boy lived that the devil worshippers killed. The people that brought into the propaganda that the West Memphis Police Department and the media put forth, devil worshippers, because of some of the graffiti around. They got on that bandwagon and everybody jumped on board, and it was hysteria. People wouldn't let their children out.
You jumped on that bandwagon too.
Oh, I led the bandwagon.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. And I'm not scared of the devil. I know who my comforter is. These three animals worship.
Hey y'all, I gotta grab the sugar for my daughter real quick. So just beware. I'm here, but I've got it's if I explain to you where I had to get the sugar from, it will blow your mind. But anyway, if you see anything, I'm just giving you a warning because I do have to step away for a second. So big trigger warning. Because they throw them pictures up here just left and right. I will be right back.
Worshiping the devil made a sacrifice of three babies to Satan to think that it would empower them to fly, walk through walls. What insanity.
We do a little graffiti, like spray paint on underpasses, but there was nothing satanic, anything like that. It was just like our names, our favorite bands, things like that. And they seem to place some big importance on it or something.
Some experts have said that the main three driving forces of Satan worship among teenagers is sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And that's probably true. When you're talking about rock and roll, you're probably talking about the heavy metal groups. most people don't understand the situation as it was then. The area had a rumored history of devil worshiping and that type of thing. That was something that people were seeing around the country at this time. In Damien's case, it was the kids that came in and said that they saw him eating the hind quarter of a dog. But the rumors were rampant. The police department asked me to come up with a list of people that we had dealings with in the juvenile department that might have had something to do with this.
Damien's name was mentioned very early on by a lot of people. He does act strange. He wears the black clothing, which creates attention to him.
We were totally unaware that there was
yeah, so I have I do like food storage because we have a big family and you never know what could happen. So I have buckets that have food in them. And they are stored like in a cabinet where there's a bunch of buckets stacked on top of each other. And so when the sugar that I put out is out, I have to like go and move all these buckets, and then I have to go pot, like it's like twist tops that are super hard to get off, and I have to dig in there and get the sugar out and refill the thing for the kitchen. So it's like a bunch of craziness because I freak out about having food for my kids. So I guess I'm just a crazy person over here. But yeah, so it's a process to get more sugar and flour and oatmeal and all of the things like that. I have in big buckets. Yeah, buckets of sugar. Hello, Steve. Welcome. I'm sorry you walked in on such a weird part of the conversation.
a satanic cult in West Memphis, that there were Satan worshipers in West Memphis. I didn't hear anything about this until my child was sacrificed to Satan. Then I heard about it. Why is it that I didn't know this before?
I'm all for burning them at the stake, just like they did in Salem. I don't have a problem with it. After what they have done to us, that still would not be good enough.
And if you really thought that these people did that to your child, I mean, yeah, of course you would feel that way. I wonder how they feel now, and I wonder if they're going to show or talk to them about how they feel now that they know that the investigation was so botched, and you know, what the evidence really points to.
Good evening. I'm Diana Davis.
And I'm Tony Brooks. In a statement given to the police, 17-year-old Jesse Miskelly allegedly confesses to watching two other suspects choke, rape, and sexually mutilate three West Memphis second graders.
Miskelly told police he watched 18-year-old
They weren't
Damien
raped.
Eccles and
I don't
16-year-old
think.
Jason Baldwin brutalize the children as part of a cult ritual.
Can you just say again how strong you feel this case is?
Someone asked me on a scale from 1 to 10, and I told them 11. So that's how strong it is.
Graphic details have already been printed in today's commercial appeal. Jesse Miskelly Jr. is one of three of the murder suspects.
I don't believe it. He's not that type of boy.
Miskelly Sr. disputes a confession allegedly made by his son and quoted in today's newspaper. The paper doesn't mention how it obtained young Miskelly's statement. An unidentified woman called Action News 5 last Friday offering to sell us the transcript for several $100s. We declined because we do not pay for news stories.
The Miskelly confession got leaked to the press. You didn't leak it, did you?
I don't think it.
And was that an item of
This is that officer in 2009, that sheriff that was just speaking. I don't think they were SA'd. I'm not sure. It'll tell us at the end, but I know he was like mutilated because they castrated him. But I don't think they were SA'd, if I'm not mistaken.
concern to you at the time?
Not really.
Eccles, Baldwin,
Right.
and Miskelly
Right,
plead
Reese.
not guilty to 3 counts each of capital murder.
Miskelly will
Oh,
be the
Jenny.
first of 3 defendants tried for the murders of 3 West Memphis boys earlier this year.
The judge sets one trial date for late February and rules Eccles and Baldwin will be tried together.
Can you describe for me what the press coverage was like?
My dad had pugs. So I had pugs all my life. They're so cute with their little scrunched in faces and the way they breathe and they snort. They're adorable. I love pugs.
It was anything you would see today dealing with a major celebrity.
Yes.
It,
Thank
look
you.
at the Michael Jackson coverage. That's the kind of coverage we were getting.
Shaboogies. It was due to snapping turtles. They said the bite marks and the castration part was due to the alligator turtles or snapping turtles, alligator and snapping turtles. I think Serena was telling us that yesterday. It wasn't done beforehand. And he just compared this coverage to Michael Jackson. Like that's how many people were there covering this case.
And that sort of coverage was at the time of the murders, but also continuing through the trials?
Yes.
Reporters have written thousands of stories about these two trials. On KAIT alone, our viewers have seen more than 130 stories about the three defendants.
The attorneys will be looking for jurors who can put aside the things they've heard in the media and make a decision based on the facts as they are presented in the trial.
This case poses a difficult balancing act. On one side, the defendant's right to a fair trial. The other side, the public's right to know.
I do recall being asked a specific question by the media once of how I felt this case was between a 1 and a 10. And I made a dumb remark of 11. You got to keep in mind the atmosphere at that time. We were 30 days into the case when an arrest was made. There was a lot of burden taken off of everyone that was involved in that case. We felt like we had a very solid case.
If you had it to do all over again, would you have made the comment about 11 on a 1 out of 10 scale?
Probably would not have.
So I'm curious why he wouldn't have made that comment of like, I think it's an 11 on a 1 to 10 scale. I'm wondering if it's because of he felt like that made him look too confident in the case, and that made people think that he convicted innocent people, or if he really thought they were innocent. I'm curious as to that.
From now when the trial's all over, I'll be with my parents in the end and my family, and everything will be happy the way it was. But I'm scared about what could happen if they did find me guilty. But I know they can't.
Oh wow, Bellis.
And then again,
I didn't
they
know
might. I just don't like to think about that.
The day he got arrested, no one called me. And I got home and there were police going all through my house. And I kept asking where my son was. They gave me that testimony of Jesse's that said that it happened during the day and that Jason had skipped school. I had proof that Jason was in school and that was a lie, but that didn't matter to Gitchell. They already had him in the courtroom before I could get up there with school records, and I had to fight my way through a crowd.
I mean, what do you think about the reports this morning of your son's involvement in this thing?
He didn't have anything to do with it.
Was he at school?
He was at school. All day.
So they had records stating that he was at school all day during the time that, well, I think it happened after school, but right. Jesse Miss Kelly's first statement was that it happened around lunchtime, and they've got the records to prove that Jason was at school during lunchtime that day, and they're having to bring it to the courtroom, and the police don't even give a crap. And it's because, again, people saw these murders and how horrific it was, and the police were determined that they've got to put somebody behind bars immediately to keep the public calm and to look like they've saved the town. And so these boys were targeted for nothing more than listening to Metallica, wearing black, and doing what most teenagers do. The phase of listening to rock music, experimenting with religion and learning about things and being different.
It was a nightmare, and I was in shock, total shock.
I first met Jason the morning of his very first appearance at the West Memphis Municipal Court.
My impressions of Jason are that he appears very shy and very timid.
He does not appear to be an angry young man. He does not appear to be a violent young man. He does not appear to be a man who is capable of a heinous act for which he's charged.
How'd you guys meet? At school. Yeah, I think so. Study hall. I had like a book bag full of tapes. I used to try to steal them. We did about everything together before he got arrested. I used to go places on the weekends. Malls, skate room.
My client, Jason Baldwin, was essentially investigated mainly on the basis that he hung out around Damien Eccles and was known to be a good friend of his.
Jason was Damien's constant shadow. Wherever Damien went, Jason went.
Guilt by association. It's a scary thing to be accused of something because of your friends.
Why everybody thought it was Jason was because he hung out with Damien. And why did everybody think he was Damien? Because he was the guy who had the weird suit.
My son wore black. They weren't prosecuted because they wore black T-shirts or liked heavy metal music.
Can you talk a little bit about,
And again, like I've said before, I want us to think about us. Like I said, I wore black all the time, all black. I had black bell bottoms from Hot Topic that we measured, and each bell bottom was 62 inches across with the parachute like cord things. They were called parachute pants, but they were like black gothic bell bottoms. I wore Metallica t-shirts. I listened to Metallica. I mean, I just found so much correlation between myself and these boys, and a lot of people could find correlation in that. And I really do feel like they were persecuted for those reasons. And it's really sad. Yeah, 62 inches across they were. Each bell bottom was, yes.
That day when they brought you in for questioning, and then, later on, everybody was arrested. I mean, can you talk to us what it was like?
They just asked.
I wish I had pictures. I've got one where I'm standing beside my second car, and I have a t-shirt on that says corn. But I might could show you pictures one day. I just like if I put my face, I don't want somebody to trace it back to anything and like be able to dox me. But if I can find a way to show you, I will. Maybe I can cover up my face or something.
They asked me who did it, and I didn't know who did it. The police kept on asking me who did it, and I told them I didn't know, which I didn't know. I told the police where I was at that day. I was in Dallas, Arkansas, wrestling, which I was.
I do. Eek. I think that's what they were called, was trip pants. It says, during the initial phase of police questioning, Jesse Miskelly Jr. asserted that he was at a wrestling match in Dyers, Arkansas, on the night of the murder. I'd have to ask my husband how to pronounce that. I'm sure he knows. Johnny Cash.
I don't like people keep on asking me questions, and I done told them once. I don't like people asking me and asking me and asking me. I'm gonna tell you one time, and you just egg it on, then I'm gonna just say something, just leave me alone. That's what I did. They just egged it on, and finally I just told the cops, look, all right, I did it. I killed him and everything.
Hello. Operator, I have a collect call. Your name, please?
Dio, I had Jinko jeans too.
Will you pay?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey,
son. Hey. How you doing?
I am.
That's good.
36 or 37.
Oh, hell yes. Snow like hell up here.
I don't keep track. I was born in 87. This is Jesse Miskelly Sr. in 2011.
Got about 3 inches of snow out here on
the ground. I've had combat boots too. Yep. Hot Topic. It was.
Well, it is here, I guarantee you.
Look at him now.
I talk to my dad every Friday. I call him every Friday. I want you to come home, son.
Older. I'm not sure.
He tells me that all the time. He tells me he loves me. Of course, I know that. I love him. I love him to death. I'm trying to get home to be with him.
So do you ever think about that? What happened? The way the police treated you up there in that questioning.
Yep, Sarah.
Yes, I mean, I think about it all the time. I mean, to me, it was. Now that I think about it, it wasn't professional like, I know that.
Yeah, I know.
Mike Allen asked my dad, could he talk to me? And my dad said, sure, you can talk to him. So I got in a cop car with him, and we rode to West Memphis. Mike Allen asked me, would it be nice if I knew who done it? That way I could buy my dad a truck. Because at the time, I think the reward was like $30,000. I said, yes, I can use that, that money, the reward money. But I didn't know who done it, though.
Our intentions for wanting to talk to Jesse
Wow,
Kelly
Abellis.
were for the purpose of giving us some names of individuals that he may know firsthand of or heard of who are involved in the cult activity or Satanism.
In the course of what was a very long day of interviewing, Jesse Miss Kelly goes from being a source of information to being a suspect.
Abellis is the OG.
Has, according to the tape-recorded statements, confessed to involvement in this crime.
What occurred while you were there?
When I was there, I saw Damien hit this one boy real bad. And he started screwing him and stuff.
What did he hit him with?
He hit him with his fist and bruised him all up real bad. Jason turned around and hit Steve Branch.
Okay.
He started doing the same thing. Then the other one took off. Michael Moore took off running. So I chased him and grabbed him and held him till they got there, and then I left.
Get it,
Ladies and
Jenny.
gentlemen of the jury,
I
the
can see you
statement
now.
that Mr. and Ms. Kelly gave the West Memphis Police Department is a false story.
No one in 1993 understood the phenomena of false confessions. We now know we're not going to let the police take a kid off the street, interrogate him for 12 hours, and yet only have 41 minutes of audio tape to support this so-called confession.
Well, in a year from now, hopefully I can be out and be with my family. I hopefully be married.
Abellis, that is amazing. I didn't know you could share pictures on here. I'm glad to know what you look like.
To Susie. Hopefully I have a kid. I love kids a lot. I think I have some.
Jesse is mildly retarded. It's much easier to get a confession out of someone who was 17 and operating at maybe a 5 or 6
Sorry
year
about that
old
trigger word.
level of intellectual
Oh my
functioning
God.
than
Trigger
it is
word.
someone who graduated from Harvard.
The police, they questioned me for like 11 or 12 hours. And finally, I just got tired, My mind was, draining me out. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't focus no more. My body was draining. I wanted to go home and be with my dad.
You can tell the difference between a real, bona fide, valuable confession and a false confession by looking at how well do the things the suspect tells you stack up with the objective facts of the crime. And what Jesse Miss Kelly talked about doesn't stack up to what the evidence shows.
Damien and them left before I did. I told my meeting there. It was early in the morning, so.
What time did you get there?
So therefore, how can you convict them when it doesn't? I mean, and they played this confession in court and it did not factually match up with the evidence. So therefore, they should not have ever been convicted. Look at that old typewriter writing there. A lot different than now.
I got there about 9.
In the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Of Wednesday morning?
Mm-hmm.
I've got some real confusion with the times you're telling me.
With, persistent
He's
police
out
follow-up
now.
questioning, he keeps moving the time of the offenses later and later in the day until finally, with leading questions, the police get Jesse to place the time of the crimes after the time the kids disappeared.
It was my voice that you heard. I was saying what the police wanted me to say. Everything that I said really came from the police. Like, well, you told me earlier that something about this and this and that. That's when I said, okay. That's when I repeat what they said.
Like you told me earlier, it's around 7 or 8, or which time is it?
It's 7 or 8.
Okay, well that clears it up. I didn't know. That's what I was wondering. Was it getting dark or what?
We got out there at 6, but the boys come up when it was starting to get dark.
Okay. Now you're sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
A lot of good cops are going to press hard to try to get an answer to who's responsible for a terrible crime. So certainly, pushing hard, there's nothing wrong with pushing hard. It's having your end in mind so fixed and you're so determined to ensure that a particular person be held responsible for a crime that you lose sight of how coercive your tactics are. That's where you
I'm sorry to hear that, Reese. It's hard, especially being young and thinking that the police are really there to help you and, questioning you. And the way they do it, they'll say things like, well, do you think you could have dreamed it? Did you have a dream about it? And just trying to get you to confess to things. It's some of the tactics they use. I don't think they should use. They're allowed to lie to you. I think they even told him that the lie detector could read his mind and that he failed it and all kinds of things. Like, if I've said it before and I'll tell you again, if you ever find yourself in the horrible situation of being interrogated by the police, don't say anything at all whatsoever. Just say, attorney, I want my attorney, and then deal with it that way, because these police out here, when they think you've done something, they can do pretty much whatever they want. So always get an attorney. I wouldn't even say my name before I had an attorney. I'm sorry, Reese. That's horrible.
you step over the line. And I think it's clear that they overreached with Jesse Miss Kelly. The presence of false confessions and how frequently they play a key role in securing convictions for the prosecution. It's been very well documented now. And that's what happened in this case. And it continues to happen all over the country, and it's gone on for decades. But it's only now that people are beginning to really, understand the scope of that problem.
I said what the police wanted me to say. That's the reason why I said that. Was it true? No, it was not true. Did I run anybody down? No, I did not. I didn't kill nobody. I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to be ashamed of.
All right, your verdicts are in good form and read as follows. We, the jury, having found Jesse Lloyd Miskelly Jr. guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Michael Moore, fix his sentence at a term of life in the Arkansas Department of Corrections. Count 2, we, the jury, having found Jesse Lloyd Miskelly guilty of second-degree murder in the death of Stephen Branch, fix his sentence at a term of 20 years in the Arkansas Department of Corrections. Count 3, we, the jury, having found Jesse Lloyd Miskelly Jr. guilty of second-degree murder in the death of Christopher Byers, fix his sentence at a term of 20 years in the Arkansas Department of Correction. Is this your unanimous verdict, ladies and gentlemen? All right, you will receive a life sentence plus 40 years, and that'll be the judgment of the court.
Prison's not a safe place. Jesse, sweetie, I'm gonna mail him a skirt.
1 down, 2 to go. Hopefully the same thing will happen to the next 2 and we'll get the same verdict.
All right, gentlemen, if you'd have your client stand, please, Mr. Baldwin.
I'm gonna drop the StreamYard link just in case anybody wants to come up. Reese, my email is on my page and in the intro to the video. Usually, if you ever want to email me, if you ever want to talk about it, you can always talk to us here. Whenever you feel like you want to talk about it, you're more than welcome. And Sarah says Jason Baldwin was actually very religious. I said at one point he trusted the police and thought his God would never allow him to be found guilty since he didn't do anything wrong. Right, and that was the problem. They thought that because they really didn't do anything, then of course they couldn't be convicted because they really didn't do anything. So they were like, we can't go to jail for something we really didn't do. Well, turns out that you can, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm going to drop the link.
Eccles, if you'd stand. In your case, Mr. Baldwin, you'll be adjudicated guilty of 3 counts of capital murder. You'll be sentenced to the Arkansas Department of Corrections to a term of life without possibility of parole on each of the 3 counts. Damien Eccles shall be sentenced to death by lethal injection. He'll be administered a continuous intravenous injection of a lethal quantity of an ultra-short-acting barbiturate in combination with a chemical paralytic agent into your body until you are dead. It's my obligation to let you know you do have a right to appeal, and you need to consider that with your attorneys. He'll be in your custody, Mr. Sheriff, for immediate transportation to the Department of Corrections to carry out the orders of this court.
He had just turned 18.
Questions about whether justice was served has loomed in this case since the verdicts. The HBO documentary Paradise Lost gave the case worldwide attention.
Since the films, thousands are questioning the convictions.
16 years ago, I believe I saw the documentary Paradise Lost.
That is the lead singer of Pearl Jam right there. Pearl Jam is a great band. 90s stuff. Don't listen to their stuff now. I don't like it. Personally, you might like it, but the 90s stuff was good. Sarah, you're good, love. You worry about the medicines and all the things you got going on, love. Anytime I'm live, if anybody wants to join me on panel, you're more than welcome. If you don't see the link, just ask me and I'll drop it. We do have some truly amazing warriors here in the Speculating family.
That was on HBO. I got involved in the case thinking that there was maybe some way I could make a difference.
Is there something about the way Damien Eccles was treated as a teenager that you can relate to?
I can remember being kind of looked upon as a freak or, different because I didn't dress like everybody else, so I can empathize with...
We know that's Captain Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp himself. I'm sorry, Sarah. Hopefully you're okay, love.
Being judged by how you look as opposed to who you are.
I'd like to say something. Sure. I would love to sit down with some people that I have heard make statements that are in the public eye and actually talk to them and say, this is what really happened that was not shown on the documentary. And I think they'd have a whole different understanding.
But all that evidence has been made public.
Yes, it has.
It may not have shown up in the documentaries or in a particular news report or speech by someone, but it is public record.
Most anyone can make the proper contacts and view that information.
My understanding is that any citizen of the United States can come down and sit in the West Memphis Police Department and look through most of that evidence. Am I correct?
That's what I understand.
So there's not a secret.
Y'all, I'm not far. Well, I think it's 16 hours to Arkansas, but I would love to go and look through that evidence and see who I thought really ended up doing it. I love Johnny Depp too. That is a sexy mug.
Secret bag or pocket of information that the West Memphis Police Department or the prosecutors have that convinces them that the West Memphis Three are guilty, but that the rest of the public can't know.
Right. There's no secret in there whatsoever. It's just, as I mentioned before, it's the perception people received from media and HBO.
I saw the movie.
Really?
I got an advanced screener because I work for an advertising agency.
We saw the film together, Kathy and I, and we immediately saw it and thought, oh gosh, Brooke would probably like this. Actually not like it, but he called us up and says,
that's interesting, Bellis.
We start contacting the lawyers because you just want to know more. And we're shocked to find out that nothing was getting done. They were just languishing there. It was horrible.
And so we were like, well, what can we do? We work in the entertainment industry. We can design things. And then you say, well, what can you do with that? Like, we can make a website.
Eccles has his backers. A website is now online to raise money for the three men convicted of killing the West Memphis 8-year-olds.
We're not. And then you say, well, what can you do with that? Like, we can make a website.
Eccles has his backers.
Okay,
a website is now online to raise money for the three men convicted of killing the West Memphis 8-year-olds.
We're not. And then you say, well, what can you do with that? Like, we can make a website.
It was saying your devices weren't connected.
A website is now online to raise money for the three men.
Okay.
Sorry. I have to figure out my laptop phone situation. I'll just mute it for right now.
Okay. All right, love.
experts to look into the case for us because there was just so much doubt.
One of the saddest things that I can remember about this whole thing and about our trips out here is I remember being in a rental car like this, heading out to the prison, and I remember saying, can you believe that these guys have been locked up in prison for 3 whole years? And here we are 17 years later, heading to Pine Bluff to visit our friends again in 2011.
Pine Bluff is where my husband used to hang out as a kid. He was from that area. Okay, Sarah.
I don't like being here again, but it's good to see these guys.
We love you too, love.
Just thank everybody. So be short. All right.
So Reese, once you get on StreamYard, you Eek disconnected. I'm sorry, Eek, if you disconnected. Reese, once you get on StreamYard, you can see it. Excuse me. Hi, Teresa S. It's good to see you today. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, once you connect to StreamYard, it lets you you can still see the stream. Eek, I'll drop the link for you again. I don't know if you dropped off on purpose or on accident, but just in case, I'll drop it. And if anybody else wants to come up, you can. But don't ever, when I drop the link, don't ever feel like you've got to come up. You don't have to. It's there in case anybody wants to. It's not, again, it's nice to see you, Teresa, and everybody saying hello.
There's not like an action or nothing. Action.
I smell coffee. I'm about to go get
Hi, my name is Jason Baldwin, and I want to thank all the supporters, all the people out there who have written me over the years, who researched the case.
Teresa, that would have probably been Eek. Eek gifted some memberships. So yeah, she's awesome. We've got a few really good gifters in here. They're so sweet. Zio says Eccles has one child, Damien Seth Azartier, by his ex-girlfriend Domini Tier. Their son was born on September 12th, 1993, while Eccles was awaiting trial. I remembered the son was born while they were waiting to go to trial. So again, Eccles has one child, Damien Seth, Damien Seth Azar Tier, by his ex-girlfriend Domini Tier. Their son was born September 12th, 1993, while Eccles was awaiting trial. Thank you so much for that. I had remembered he had a baby. Then she was pregnant when he went to jail, and then on trial, he got to see his son, and that was like the only time he ever got to touch him. Yeah, that name.
Did their, whatever it is in their means, that did your best, to let me, Damien, and Jesse, and our families know that, what's happened to us will not be forgotten and it'll be made right.
America is supposed to be based on innocent until proven guilty, but in this case, it's the other way around. You're guilty until proven innocent. I never would have dreamed anything like this could have happened to me.
Now, live from the Mid-South's news leader.
Convicted West Memphis child murderer Damien Eccles gives an exclusive interview to Action News 5.
Who was a child himself, number one. And number two, unfortunately, a lot of times you are guilty until proven innocent in the world today.
If they were capable, the public would probably form a lynch mob and come get me.
Damien Eccles says he was railroaded by the police, prosecutors, and the judge. It's been painful for the mother and stepfather of Stevie Branch to watch Damien Eccles. They'd prefer he get no attention.
I'm glad he's in pain and miserable.
This man right here, his name is Terry Hobbs. We're going to learn some more about him later in this video. People think that if it wasn't a truck driver, this is your killer right here. And you'll find out why later in this video.
I'm glad he just so messed up. And I would like to see prison killing.
I was a step parent back in 1993 when this happened. I was a good step parent. And to watch it all go away on account of this you lose your life to a degree.
You could say I sort of like died myself because I shut out humanity.
Steve's death was so difficult for Pam to accept that other problems resulted. She
Zio,
separated from her husband and moved here
these
to her
streets been
parents'
on
home
fire,
in
girl.
Blytheville.
A crime of this nature will take a toll on anybody, and I have seen this happen to our home.
Tomorrow, 19-year-old Damian Eccles' attorneys will file with the court the transcripts from Eccles' trial, more than 4,000 pages of testimony. That will set in motion the appeals process that Eccles believes will lead to the overturning of his conviction and sentence.
Oh, excuse me, I was yawning. It says for nearly 2 decades, all 3 convicted men have brought numerous appeals in front of the original trial judge, David Burnett. And yes, Zio, DNA. So the boys were tied up with their shoelaces, and Hobbs' hair was found wrapped up in the shoelace bindings that bound the boys. And there's more.
Convicted murderer Damian Eccles appeared in Craighead County Court for the latest hearing since his 1994 conviction.
Dan Stidham, who represented Jesse Miss Kelly in the original trial,
Hey, Eek, you're up here. If you want to talk, you just let me know. Tell me to pause it.
says many questions remain unanswered.
I firmly believe that this is a miscarriage of justice, and we're going to keep going and keep going. Doesn't matter how many years it takes.
It was also an emotional day, especially for the victims' families.
Damian's not going anywhere. Justice prevailed the first time. I have all the faith in the world that justice will prevail again. And someday I'll get to watch Damian Eccles die.
But they're not the only ones who want justice to prevail.
Anybody with a set of eyes can see that these boys are innocent. They did not do it. And if she wants justice done, she needs to be trying to get this case reopened and find the real murderers of those 3 children.
Every appeal that has come up has caused grief and caused problems in the home. It brings back anger still today to see their pictures or faces on the media. Reliving it is a nightmare at times.
Damian Eccles still walks, even though 4 years ago he was sentenced to die.
Hope this works? Yeah, but I don't think it will. Why don't you think it'll work? Same judge.
His appeals have been denied time and time and time again.
Now, today, defense attorneys did make a request that Judge David Burnett be recused from hearing these cases, but that motion was quickly denied by the judge.
The Arkansas Supreme Court has denied every appeal.
It said the Arkansas. I'm sorry, I had to walk into there and ask my hubby to make me a cup of coffee when it's done. It's still brewing. It says the Arkansas Supreme Court has upheld Judge Burnett's ruling on all appeals, which means all their appeals had failed.
The Arkansas Supreme Court has denied every appeal by Damian Eccles. The defense is counting on DNA testing to shed new light on the case.
This case
If you want to come back, let me know.
And one day in Arkansas, they're going to inject Damian Eccles, and he will pay with his life for what he has done to 3 little 8-year-old boys.
Zio, I would give you one if I could, love. I put dehydrate. I know it sounds crazy, but like I cook pumpkin. I get organic pumpkins at the store. I trace them back to the farm to make sure they're organic, and I cook them, and then I can them so that for Thanksgiving and things I can make my own. Like I make pumpkin pie, but I make the crust myself, and I have my own organic pumpkin to use for the pumpkin pies and stuff. And there's 6 people and everybody loves them, so I always have to make like 3 or 4. But I also dehydrate some of the pumpkin after I cook it, and then I put organic pumpkin spice in the dehydrated pumpkin, and I put it in my coffee, so it's like my own pumpkin spice coffee with actual organic pumpkin and pumpkin spice in it. It's really good. I would bring you some if I could.
A forensic pathologist
a bite mark expert, a criminal profiler, even a human blood and body fluid stain specialist brought their expertise here to the law school at the University of Arkansas in Little Rock in hopes of proving why the defense team for convicted killer Damien Echols says he is innocent.
It says in 2007, defense attorneys for Damien Echols held a press conference to review new evidence recently filed in court. That was such a sweet. Y'all are funny. That's such a sweet thing to say, Zaya. Thank you. You guys really amaze me. I love to watch y'all chat. Yeah, I like to be homeopathic and organic. It's a big change. I don't like taking medication anymore after, I used to be addicted to things. I stay away from all medications and things. Trixie, I'll tell him to make you a cup.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dennis Reardon. We represent petitioner Damien Echols in the Eastern District of Arkansas here in Little Rock, arising out of the 1994 trials of 3 teenagers who were tried and convicted for the murders of 3 8-year-old boys. And we are here today to discuss the evidence that establishes that no reasonable juror would convict Damien Echols, essentially knowing what we know today. The heart of this presentation is 4 experts who we will be calling today, who provided the core of the new evidence before the district court. They are Werner Spitz, probably the country's leading forensic pathologist, certainly the author of the Bible of forensic pathology. Richard Souvron, renowned forensic odontologist, who was the key witness for the prosecution in convicting Ted Bundy. Tom Fedor, who is a DNA expert to discuss the new DNA evidence, and John Douglas, who headed the criminal analysis unit of the FBI for 25 years. But what is the new evidence that proves not merely that this was an unfair trial, but that innocent men were convicted? And with that, I'll turn to my partner, Don Horgan.
Good morning. I'm going to take a minute or two here just to review some of the DNA.
Eek, if you want to talk or you have anything to say, just let me know and I'll pause it.
Evidence that has recently surfaced in the case, first with a little background. In 2001, Arkansas, like a lot of other states, passed a statute that allows convicted criminal defendants to challenge their convictions with new DNA evidence that shows them to be actually innocent. Under that state statute, relevant items from the crime scene in this case were tested at the laboratory chosen by the prosecution, and that's Bodie Laboratories in Virginia. In late 2005, Bodie issued its first report showing DNA profiles of genetic material found on the victims and on other pieces of evidence from the crime scene. In the end, none of the Bodie reports could link any of the DNA provided by the defendants to the victims or to the crime scene.
New evidence has emerged in West Memphis, Arkansas.
New evidence released today claims testing unavailable in 1993 shows no DNA from the 3 imprisoned defendants was found in the bodies of the murdered boys. For 14 years, John Mark Byers.
Now, I want us to think about how that crime scene was and what happened and how exactly you could be accused of doing that with there being no blood evidence there at all. No blood on the bank. You couldn't have just washed that off in the creek. And no DNA. Again, it's a Richard Allen. It's a Richard Allen before Richard Allen.
Was convinced he knew who tied up and killed his 8-year-old son and 2 other Cub Scouts in a brutal mutilation murder. Now, Byers and the state of Arkansas have been shown new evidence that the father tells ABC News has changed his mind about the guilt of the 3 boys known as the West Memphis 3.
I hated you. I believed with all my heart you'd kill my son. And I'm sorry for that. The question is, why am I so different now than years back? Coming to deal with things, coming to deal with that I know I did all I could to keep Christopher safe, that it wasn't my fault. No, I wasn't a perfect dad, but I did the best I could. I'm just a country boy from Mark Tree that you killed my son, you made me madder than hell, and I want to kick somebody's ass.
Damien Echols quit talking to reporters after getting warnings from his attorneys.
That right there is an honest bet if I ever heard it, because, I think we're all just parents trying to do the best that we can. And if something like this happened, we'd be mad as hell too, wanting to kick some ass. So I can definitely relate to him in this aspect that he is portraying right now.
Last week, Echols said Mark Byers committed the murders.
Did it come as a surprise, Mark?
We don't have any comment.
He's got knowledge about the area. He knows when the search is over with. He's big enough that he can carry the boys there and throw them in. His son was the only one mutilated. The other two weren't mutilated. All of the pieces fit together with a person like Byers.
After the sentencing, the mother and stepfather of Christopher Byers moved out of West Memphis. Echols claims Byers is the real killer.
I would say basically in a fit of anger, he killed them.
He's got to be the biggest pathological liar. I hope he rots and burns in hell for eternity. I hate his guts more than anything on the face of the earth.
Mark and Melissa Byers moved to Cherokee Village to get away from the memories of their son's murder in West Memphis.
I agree. Zio says, even though it may not have been those boys, it was someone, and that was incredibly sad. It is. I think it was a parent. I think it was either him or Terry Hobbs. I don't think it was him. I think that guy had, we know he had a brain tumor, and I think he was just extremely dramatic, and it made him look suspicious. I do think it was Terry Hobbs, and we're going to see more about that. And again, Reese, I hate that you ever had to go through something like that. I am so sorry.
But the trouble followed them.
They're accused of taking $20,000 worth of property from a neighbor's house.
But that's only the beginning of their legal problems.
According to court documents, Mark Byers was with a juvenile who allegedly assaulted another young man. Byers says he let the boys fight in his presence because he wanted to make sure it was a fair fight.
All I could think about is thinking about my son getting beat to death.
Byers stood by watching the fight, holding a gun.
Now, a few of the Byers neighbors say they now have questions about Mark Byers and the West Memphis murders.
These are Pete and Melissa.
Byers' wife did die recently. An autopsy showed small amounts of drugs in her body, but nothing that should have caused her death. So that death remains a mystery.
I made a good scapegoat. I made a good target. But
Jenny says hit the like button. And yeah, I do want to ask you guys to please hit the like button so that we can get out in the algorithm and more people can find us. And I do appreciate that. Yeah, I think you think he has OCDs. I don't OCD, which is obsessive compulsive disorder. I don't know symptoms of OCD, so I wouldn't know what aspect of it that he had. But again, I mean, you got to think about the terror. I mean, I think he was just a country person or a hillbilly, and doing things the way he thought was right. And the rest of the world don't agree with that sometimes. And the way things look, they just look crazy. And you got to add in his brain tumor and his over dramatization of everything. And then the alcohol and the drugs that he was given to do all of this, tumor and his over dramatization of everything. And then the alcohol and the drugs that he was given to do all of this, humor and his over dramatization of everything. You got and then the alcohol and the drug. I muted you for a second because you gotta oh, you muted. Okay. You got YouTube open, love. You're gonna have to close that. When you close your YouTube, let me know. And then you can tell me what you wanted to say. I'm going to play this. Sorry, I was trying to play it and it wouldn't play.
I didn't care. There was no one left.
Okay,
but
I closed
me,
my YouTube.
and I really
Okay,
didn't
hold on
care.
just a second.
I mean,
There you
So I
go,
have
love.
no idea what I'm doing now.
Oh, you're good. You were talking about OCD? Okay. Let me know if you want to talk again, love.
deep down inside, I knew I didn't kill anybody. I felt like the state had who they're supposed to have. Burn and go to hell. But what's right and what's wrong are two different things. And the right thing is that these three men are innocent. That's the right thing. And yes, it was hard for me to stand up and admit that I was wrong. But wrong is wrong. That's the letter from Damien Eccles, Varner Unit, P.O.
And that's hard for a lot of men to do, especially men, with ego and all of that. It's hard for them to admit that they were wrong. But the fact that he did, again, speaks volumes to me.
Box 400, Grady, Arkansas.
Right, Abellis?
Dear John, first I want to start off by apologizing to you. I know how it feels to be accused of something you didn't do. Now, these years later, I see just how wrong I was, and I'm sorry. I did the same thing to you that everyone else did to me. The second thing I want to say is thank you. I know it can't have been easy to put aside all of your emotions and look at the evidence with cold, hard logic, but you did. I can't help but believe there's a reason for all of this for both of us. Take care and know that my thoughts are with you.
I told him that y'all wanted coffee when he just brought me mine. Oh, no, love, you're good, sweetheart. You're fine. Um, don't ever feel pressured to do anything, but you're good. We're all family here. You're fine, love. Um, if you want to come back up, you can. It takes a minute to understand how to do it. You're good. Um, I told him that y'all wanted some coffee and he laughed about it. So Eek was saying that excuse me, she has OCD and it's defined as intrusive thoughts you cannot stop yourself from thinking. So in that aspect of it, yeah, I could definitely agree he might have a form of OCD. Um I could see that since you gave me the definition of it, and I appreciate that. But Eek, don't ever feel like that, love. You're good. We're all family here. You're fine. It takes a minute, like I said, to learn how to work it. But if you don't have to be up here if you don't want to, or if you want to be up here, you're good, and we can figure it out together.
Damien Eccles.
How you doing?
How long has it been since the last time we did this?
We were talking about that in the car. 10 years.
10 years.
It's been a long time.
It says the HBO broadcast the original Paradise Lost film in 1996 and Paradise Lost 2 Revelations in 2000. Eek, everybody's showing you love.
Very strange in here. I'm surprised by things sometimes, I guess, like being told that I have arthritis, or looking in the mirror and realizing my hairline is receding, or that my hair's
Yes,
getting
I
thin.
am.
And it's hard to accept that because, in a way, my life just sort of stopped abruptly whenever I came here. December the 11th,
He's
it
a
will be
baby.
my 35th birthday. It will be the 17th birthday that I've spent in this prison. I have a son who is now almost the same age I was whenever I was locked up. We were absolutely poverty-stricken white trash. I really do believe these people would have gotten away with murdering me if it would not have been for what you guys did, for being there in the very beginning and getting this whole thing on tape so that the rest of the world sees what was happening.
Now, I want to expand on that because again, let's reference hillbillies. It this child could not help that he was born into the situation that he was born into, and like he said, poverty-stricken white trash. Okay, as what you're considered. I don't think he's that, but that's what he considered himself. We cannot control the situations that we're born in or the situations that God puts us in. All we can do is try to do better. And the term hillbilly, there's a lot of good people out there that are considered hillbillies. Hillbilly, actually, it is a derogatory term, but it also means someone who appreciates nature, who is generous, and there was another part of it. And also the term redneck. Redneck comes from your neck being red from working all day. So I just want to, again, bring up the fact that a lot of people can't help that they're hillbillies or poverty-stricken white trash, as he so eloquently put it. And I think these boys were judged on that, and I don't think we should ever judge anybody until we walked in their shoes. People have been dealt hard hands in life, and everybody's just trying to get by and trying to be better with every day. And we need to remember that. And I just want to put that out into the universe, not to any of you family members, because all you guys are lovely, beautiful people who are always accepting of everybody, but to anybody that may be listening, and to put it out in the universe. I think those are things we should always remember.
If not for that, these people would have murdered me, swept this under the rug, and I wouldn't be anything but a memory right now.
A growing number of people are now standing behind the West Memphis Three, saying the men convicted of murder are innocent. From Johnny Depp to the Dixie Chicks, even a New York architect who quit her job, moved to Little Rock, and married death row inmate Damian Eccles.
I've been working on this case. Actually, I've been involved and known Damian for 9 years, but I've been really actively working on the case for about 7.
I'm not sure. Maybe Sarah or Shibugi, I think is her name, could tell me if they're still together. But I thought it was so sweet that he was able to get married in there. Jen put it beautifully. She said he was automatically labeled that and had no expectations for him. Right, exactly. Eek says derogatory terms for good people. Exactly. I think they did get education. Abellis in prison, because I know they were talking about raising a fund for them to go to college after they got out of prison. Yeah, me too, Teresa. I used to live, I grew up in Appalachia, but I want to move back to the mountains. I don't live in the mountains right now. I want to move back there though. They are married still, Sarah says. Okay, thank you for that. I pushed play. Are you going to play?
In love and very loved by a woman, Lori, who lived in Brooklyn, New York at the time that Paradise Lost came out. And it had a very powerful impact on her.
I had to sort of think about things overnight, and I woke up the next morning just knowing those kids, they didn't do it. And then it just plagued me.
She couldn't stop thinking about it, so she started to write to me, and I responded to the letters.
In the course of writing to Damian, I think that's when we fell in love with each other. It was because initially, I think we fell in love with each other's minds, because he didn't even know what I looked like, or it was just what we were thinking. And later on, of course, when we talked to each other. So it was already a done deal. But
Zio coming in with the great information. She says in 2022, Damian and his wife, Lori Davis, which is the woman on the screen, published their second co-authored book together. The internets are saying so the internets are saying. So sounds like they are still good to go. Thank you. And yeah, I love to be out in the woods. I love forest fairy stuff. Eek, I'm glad you are a forest fairy. That is adorable.
By the time I got to Arkansas, or went to visit him in Arkansas. And then I stayed in New York for another, I think, year and a half after I met him, before I made the decision to move.
She lives now here in Little Rock, 45 minutes away from the prison, just so that she can come here more often. And now we are set to be married November the 1st, and that'll be a Buddhist wedding ceremony on November the 1st.
Oh, I think we're going to get him out. I think it's going to, I think things are...
Me too, Joy.
Happening much quicker, but I think we're going to get him out.
Inasmuch as the state has the burden of proof in this case, and inasmuch as for a good portion of the case is circumstantial, it is necessary and appropriate that the state prove motive if they can. Call your next witness.
Call Dale Griffiths. In looking at young people involved in the occult, do you see any particular type of dress?
I have personally observed people wearing black fingernails, having their hair painted black, wearing black T-shirts.
Does the number three victims have any significance?
One of the most powerful numbers in the practice of satanic belief is 666, and some believe the base root of 6 is 3.
The whole idea of it being a satanic ritual was a key element.
So they're saying that because it was 3 boys that were murdered, and the base of six is 3 is satanic, which is astoundingly ridiculous. Abellis just dropped a picture of you, Eek. I just wanted you to know she got a picture of you. I got it on the screen right now.
Of the state's case at the trial, because they called Dale Griffiths, who had almost no qualifications whatsoever, but nonetheless he maintained that all those blank spaces, that attached to the crime scene, were themselves evidence of a satanic connection.
Joy, cheesecake is my favorite. I love cheesecake. I could eat the whole thing by myself.
Every one of the files is jam-packed full of cases or data on particular groups and so forth. Things that I could...
Yes, Teresa's off subject, but prayers for people in the line of storms. We fought them last night and now today. Yes, prayers for all the people in the line of the storms, and Bella's dealing with the wind up there. I hope that everybody's okay. If you are in the path of the storms, please let us know if you are okay tomorrow in the lab, and we'll be looking for you. Cheesecake. See, I love cheesecake, and my husband loves pecan pie, so you would fit right in over here. Oklahoma. Okay, thank you.
Other therapists and educators.
Everybody in Oklahoma.
Because at the start of my career into occultism, about 1985, I believe, and there was an explosion of cases.
Tonight, the startling, sobering results of a 2020 investigation. Satanism, devil worship, is being practiced all across the country.
We have all types of perversion.
I don't know about banana.
That's affecting America.
Sounds interesting.
Perverse, hideous acts that defy belief.
All of them were investigated by police, but usually without much result.
Between 1982 and 1984, when you...
Yeah, the satanic panic was disproven. Jenny, I don't know about banana, but I made a Lucky Charms cheesecake, and it was the bomb.
Became a PhD, what classes did you take?
None.
None.
But, Judge, I'd just like to make an argument at this point on behalf of my client. It's our position that based on a mail order PhD in which a person doesn't have to take classes, doesn't have to take the in-residence courses from a non-accredited school, does not qualify them as an expert in Arkansas. And we object to the court qualifying Dr. Griffiths as an expert.
I'm not sure in
Exactly.
Arkansas or any other state that you have to have any kind of degree to be an expert in a particular field. If you
Are
can
you
demonstrate
kidding me?
knowledge, education, experience, and training in the field, you could have a third grade education if you have other education, experience, and training that qualifies you as an expert. So I'm not persuaded at all about your argument about a mail order PhD. So is there anything else?
What?
Early 1970s and 80s, we
Are you kidding me right now?
began to see at
My
the
computer's
FBI Academy
in a moment.
police officers coming in from around the world. And the cops were kind of throwing around words like ritual and using it interchangeably.
So we can be a PhD and not take any classes, any training, any nothing. Like he said, you could have a third grade education, but if you have training in it, sir, that he doesn't have any training. He's not taking any classes. He hasn't been to school. Are you freaking kidding me? Excuse me, what? I mean, if that's the case, I'm a PhD in whatever I want to be today. Tomorrow it'll be something else, and the day after that, something else. What do you mean? He's not a PhD. He doesn't have a PhD. What are you talking about? Stop it. Stop it right now. Are you kidding?
With satanic crimes. We did a close evaluation. We didn't see one. We didn't see one case.
True crime
If you
addict.
can
Thank
paint
you.
these
I saw
guys as
you.
involved in Satanism,
Thank you for
anything is
listening, love.
possible. And the apparent castration of Christopher Byers fit into the satanic theory for Griffiths as well.
They used knives
Oh,
to cut
Jesus.
up
Hold
the three
on. My
boys
computer's.
that were killed, the
Look away,
8-year-old
look away.
boys.
Do the types of injuries
Lord, by the
have
time I get it up,
significance?
it's gone.
Removal of sex organs and some books on occultism.
Okay, y'all, my computer is having a momentary seizure while I try to medicate it and get it back to normal. I apologize for those pictures being on the screen. And again, I'm going to try to catch them. Again, big trigger warning with this. I am so sorry. True crime. I was trying to see what you said when that happened. Okay, you live an hour from West Memphis. If you want to go look at the documents, I'll meet you there. Oh, Lord, I wish I could. If I can get out there, I will get up with you and we will. If I can get a day and time and gas to get out there, we sure will. I would love to. That would be awesome. I would love to do that. Trixie said, wait, what was that? I don't know. It could have been a number of things. My computer had a seizure. Let me know if you know what you were talking about. Yeah, the media sensationalizes just like YouTube streets, no doubt, spread panic, and played a huge role in perpetrating that narrative, didn't they? They sure did, Zaya.
You will talk about removing the testicles for
Wait
the
a minute.
semen.
A lot of the early understandings of this case were really premised on a misunderstanding of what was there. And the information, by and large, was there to be seen and interpreted. It just wasn't looked at by the right people.
Abellis, did you gift 10 memberships? I'm sorry if I missed that. It's showing up here, but I don't see it in my thing. I was trying to click on it, but I can't pull it up. Thank you for gifting 10 memberships, y'all. If you got a membership from Abellis, please tell her thank you. It's not showing up on my thing. Thank you so much, Abellis. Let me see. Yeah, it's not showing up on my thing. If you did, thank you for doing that. That was super sweet. If you guys got a membership from Abellis, please tell her thank you. There it is. Finally. Thank you, Abellis. That was super sweet. Thank you. That was so sweet. Thank you so much, Abellis. Abellis and Eek coming through with memberships today. Y'all
And
tell
it
them
wasn't
thank you. Thank
interpreted
you.
correctly.
States Exhibit 68A is a photograph of the
Oh, we
brazen
should, Zio.
that's padded and has like a serrated appendix
Yes,
to it.
that
And
is a
that's
great
68A.
idea.
If you had a chance to look at that knife and examine that knife,
Thank you, Abellis. You're super
you
sweet.
referred in your testimony to wound patterns on the 3 victims that were serrated in nature.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you find
Eek,
wound
you're good.
patterns on the 3 victims that would be consistent with having been caused by a knife with that type of serrated pattern?
There are injuries consistent with this type of serrated pattern.
Basil is in the living room right now. He was in here with me, but he's in there eating and playing right now. It says 6 months after the arrest, police divers found a survival knife in a lake near Jason Baldwin's house. The prosecution claimed the knife belonged to Damien Eccles and was used in the murders as part of a satanic ritual. Zio, we're definitely going to go over the satanic panic. Maybe we can talk about it tomorrow. I really would love to do something about that. Don't seize up, computer. I don't know what's going on. I have to flip it on the side.
As some of you know, a critical prosecution theory at the 1994 trials was that the defendants used a survival knife to inflict most of the injuries on these victims, and that they used the knife before the children died.
Is it a coincidence? This knife is found in the lake, hidden behind Jason Baldwin's house.
The knife was critical because if it looked like one that Damien Eccles had once owned, and if the injuries to these kids were caused by a knife, it tied Damien Eccles to the crime itself. So it was a key link, if it was to be believed, that it had been involved in mutilating these kids, and had been used in probably castrating Christopher Byers. But now we know that's just not the case.
Good morning. I analyzed a lot of pictures. I analyzed a lot of written material. It is my opinion, or the following are my opinions. Injuries on the body surface of all the 3 victims, 3 boys, including the emasculation of Chris Byers, were produced by animals.
Did you really, Sarah? That's interesting. I'll check it out. Excuse me, I'll check it out. I'm gonna pull some videos too. We'll check it out. That's awesome. So he right here is saying that the mutilation was caused by animals. Eek, we got a picture of you, by the way.
After death, when a dog or other carnivorous animal attacks a body after death or before death, sometimes they scrape the body.
Right, Zaya.
They move their claws on the body and try to bring the body closer to them. They do this several times. And you have here 2 of the victims that have the same identical injury. There were obvious claw marks. The spacing and the configuration of those injuries is not compatible with a serrated knife such as this, or for that matter, any knife.
Over a period of time, our understanding of what actually happened has changed. What we know now is that the lawyers on the case hadn't gone to the crime laboratory and looked meticulously through all of the laboratory's notebooks of what was done out at the crime scene. The crime scene techs recovered a bunch of animal hair.
There's no possible way this could have been done with this knife. Animals do this. This is what happens to a body that's dumped in a wooded area, in the woods,
Trigger warning
in a
again,
creek, in a swamp. This is what you're going to get: dog, coyote, fox, possum. I've seen all of those. It's a carnivore. Could it be turtles that have done this? Aquatic crabs, for instance. Sure. Anything that would eat flesh is what did this.
Can you talk about the original case? I mean, just in general terms, I mean, do you think it was a solid
This
case?
is the judge. I'm back to your comments now.
Do you think Damien got a fair trial?
Oh, I don't. In my mind, there's no question that all 3 received a fair trial. The jury heard the evidence and were convinced of guilt. So that speaks for itself, I think.
A jury takes an oath to base their verdicts only on the evidence that comes before them. And they're not to consider anything other than the evidence that comes from the witness stand, the exhibits are introduced into evidence. And if they violate that oath, it's a very, very serious matter.
Lori Davis. Jenny said the pugs finally fell asleep. Do they snore? My dad's would.
Wife of Damien Echols spoke for the first time about a new defense allegation of jury misconduct in the trial of the West Memphis Three. Davis says the jury foreman contacted an attorney during the trial 15 years ago.
We know from a lawyer who has now submitted some paperwork to the court, who talked to that jury foreman and who became aware that the jury foreman was considering some information that the jury foreman shouldn't have been considering.
Anytime you're caught in a situation where you know something that calls into question a judgment that's been made by a court, when you're sitting at home in your easy chair and you read an article about somebody's facing a death penalty and you feel like that there's something you could have done, it's troubling. And I'm getting dangerously close to the whole issue about what happened in the jury room. As an officer of the court, I'm not permitted to talk about certain things with regard to this case.
It says, due to attorney-client privilege, Lord Waterford is unable to discuss his sealed affidavit. However, his former law clerk was willing to provide the details of the jury misconduct allegations.
I had started working for Lloyd Warford at that point in time as a law clerk. I
did,
met
Dio. I'm not sure.
the jury foreman, Ken Arnold. The first time I encountered Kent at Lloyd's office was when he hired Lloyd to represent his brother on a different case.
Okay.
But at that time,
I got a
Kent already
confusion.
knew he was being called for jury duty for Baldwin and Echols' trial. During Miss Kelly's trial, he talked about all of the things that had been printed in the newspaper. Kent Arnold was passionate about what he thought he knew. He believed that they were guilty and they had been caught and they should be convicted. I was sitting in Lloyd's office and he was talking to Kent on speakerphone and he was saying, well, I've got my jury summons. How do I make sure I get on this jury? And Lloyd's going, you know, you've got some pretty strong ideas about whether these guys are guilty or not. You know, you'll never get on the jury. Don't worry about it. After Kent was on the jury, Lloyd specifically said, how did you get on this jury? And he basically said, dumb judges and dumb lawyers, they don't ask specific questions.
So this jury person that wanted to nail them to the wall is on the jury and should not have been on the jury because he let his disdain for the defendants be known well before he was chosen. Zio, yeah, I think we all want Summer Wells found too, and so it's hard when somebody shows a picture of her and says that, you know, ask if it could be her. We all want that baby found so bad that we want it to be her. Unfortunately, there's a lot of beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls that could look like her. Like she does now. One of my daughters looks like what she could look like now. So it's hard. And I worry about that because there's a lot of girls that could look like the sketch they've made of her. I hope they do find her. I hope they find Sebastian Rogers. I hope they find all of the kids. It's really sad.
During the trial, Kent was still calling Lloyd on a regular basis about what was going on.
Maybe
He
a
really
Bellis.
wanted Lloyd to tell him things about how to get this jury to convict these boys. And Lloyd would just kind of brush him off and say, oh, you know, that's not something I can talk
Yeah,
to you
Sarah.
about. He also
Eek
asked
has the link.
Lloyd specifically on that phone call, when were they going to play the confession?
It says, because Jesse Misskelley Jr. refused to testify at the Echols Baldwin trial, his confession could not be considered by the jury and was therefore not introduced into evidence. Eek, if you don't mind, drop the Discord link. Yes, Sarah, anybody can join. Zio was trying to show me how to make it work, and Trixie has too, and I cannot figure it out. So it's kind of, I know how to chat, but I'm still learning. I need to set it up. I've got to figure out how to make one of them like an active mod so they can help me. So you'll have to bear with me as far as my technological intellect goes, because I'm not very technologically I don't know a lot about Discord, and I'm still learning, but anybody can join.
Mr. Arnold would be saying stuff like, one particular phone call, the state hasn't proven their case. They're supposed to rest tomorrow. If anybody's going to be able to get these boys convicted, it's going to have to be me in that jury room. The next thing we know, he's foreman of the jury. He's foreman of the jury, which is exactly where he wanted to be because he wanted these boys convicted. Kent Arnold believed that what he knew was the truth and that it was going to be up to him to make sure his idea of justice happened.
That's scary. Thank you, girls, Zayo and Trixie, for saying that. I do appreciate y'all trying to work with me. I know it's hard because I get frustrated and like will be ready to throw the phone. So I appreciate y'all being so willing to work with me and so patient.
He had to
And
introduce
thank
the
you,
confession
Sarah.
to the jury room. He had already basically told us he was going to.
Oh, it says the defense maintains that the jury foreman, Kent Arnold, illegally discussed Jesse Misskelley Jr.'s confession during jury deliberations at the Eccles-Baldwin trial. And as we know, it wasn't supposed to be admitted into evidence. So therefore, that's a mistrial.
In the last couple of years, quite fortuitously, and this is the sort of fortune
Yes,
that can
Abella.
save a man's life, we have found that the jury put up big sheets of factors that they considered in convicting Eccles and Baldwin. And they've been kept in evidence. And here the Eccles one is. No one has really asked what that might be. Why was it crossed out? Who crossed it out? One of the jurors had copied a facsimile of that list into her notebook. The crossed out item is the Jesse Misskelley testimony.
What we now know is that, in fact, Jesse Misskelley's statements played a pretty major part in the way that the jury in the Eccles and Baldwin case came to understand the case and came to have confidence in the notion that they should convict, which is wrong.
Right, because they're going, number one, it's hearsay from another juror because it hasn't been presented into evidence. And number two, I'm sure they weren't told about the fact that he stated they did it at 12 and everybody was still in school at 12 and all of the problems with his confession not being factually accurate. Chapter 3, all means all. Like I tell my kids, no means no.
I like the choice.
Stop means stop. All means all.
Approximately a year before the Eccles case, I had lectured in Little Rock, Arkansas. One of the people that attended that course, I believe his name is Jerry Driver, had contacted me about kids that were active in the West Memphis area. So the year prior, I started seeing some of the materials. These were drawings from the area.
1 year before the murders, computer season up. Crichton County Juvenile Officer Jerry Driver sent Del Griffiths a fax of Damian Eccles' drawings and writings to determine if
you could see here death symbols and use of a what was called a ceremonial sword or an anthemy, and all of a sudden you start to see symbols. The symbology often used as a satanic symbol. A year ahead of time, they knew they had a problem in the area. They knew that it was getting worse. You had some good police officers down there concerned what the heck next is going to happen.
Anything wrong with wearing black in and of itself? No.
Okay, I don't think there was a problem at all. I think it was the time period, 1993, 1994, what they call, I mean, I think of death metal, and I mean, that's kind of what Metallica was. Heavy rock music is becoming popular. All the boys are making bands to mimic Metallica. Metallica is the mainstream, most famous band at the time. That was the issue, not an actual satanic cult.
Anything wrong with the heavy metal stuff in and of itself? No. But when you look at it together and you begin to see inside Damien Eccles, you see inside that person, and there's not a soul in there.
When I was that age, I was a kid, basically, in court, hearing the things that people were saying. I don't think I registered the full importance of what was going on then, because I always felt I knew I didn't do it. So therefore, it's impossible for them to prove you've done something you haven't done. With no evidence, nothing but a bunch of rumors, ghost stories, and smoke screens. I didn't think there was any way in hell they were going to be able to get away with that.
We're heading to Grady, Arkansas, where the Varner unit is. It's Damien's birthday today. Yeah.
You got it, Sarah?
Has been an odd thing in this situation.
Hey, Paranormal.
It seems like it just drags on forever, and then when you think back on it, it's been fleeting.
In the past 17 years, I've made friends that have stuck with me through thick and thin.
Trying
That
to
have
get
been
my
here
computer to pause.
beyond what even my blood family members have been with me beyond. I met Lori. We've been together for about 14 years now. We
Hold
just
on
had
a
our
minute. I'm
10th
trying to say
wedding
hey to you,
anniversary
Paranormal.
last week.
I'm sure it's different from everyone else's marriage, but then I don't know what everyone else's marriage is.
My computer is losing its mind right now. Hello, Paranormal. I actually just picked up my phone to try to drop the Discord link, and I saw that you had made a post on Facebook. I wanted to make sure I said hey to you, and thank you for being here. Hold on a minute. Let me go back. Okay, we were about halfway through. Hold on, y'all. Maybe it'll work now.
Here.
Oh, we were past this.
There's no possible way this could have been done with this knife.
The way that the jury and the...
What kind of man
Hold on.
is this young lady?
We'll go to right here.
The full importance of what was going on then, because I always felt I knew I didn't do it. So therefore, it's impossible for them to prove you've done something you haven't done. With no evidence, nothing but a bunch of rumors, ghost stories, and smoke screens. I didn't think there was any way in hell they were going to be able to get away with that.
Brewster, I'm sorry that you went through that. Abellis, I'm glad that you figured that out. I'm sorry that you had to go through physical therapy today. I hope that you feel better. We are doing the Memphis 3 case. We're watching the last video today, and probably tomorrow or the next day, we're going to go into Satanic Panic. And of course, do coverage of the most recent cases like Delphi and anything else we need to check up on. Okay, I pushed play. Stop it, computer. Oh my gosh, really? Hold on, y'all. Okay, we're at 111. Let me try to refresh it. I don't know why my computer's being crazy. I'm going to have to go make sure the kids aren't on the computer. I am so sorry. Hold on, you guys. If you hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. I think it's loading. I'm so sorry you had a migraine, Rooster. That is horrible. Oh, my dear Lord in heaven above. What are we doing? Okay, let me try to refresh this. Okay, hold on a minute. I'm going to pull YouTube back up. Yeah, hold on, y'all, hold on. I don't know if my computer was getting hot or what. I don't know if it's StreamYard. Oh, I got some files open. Let me close them. Hey, my laptop is like having seizures. Can you please? I'm not muted. Can you please make sure the kids are not on the internet?
Yeah, you need to put it on your table and get it off them blankets.
That's what I was thinking. I think it got hot.
And you're putting it right on the vent. The vent is on the back of the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're setting it on the blanket.
Yeah, I think I need to. I had it like this so it could cool.
But the vent is on the back.
It's on the bottom, I think. Okay.
You need to put it on that little table.
Okay, thank you.
Try to prop it up where it's getting air under it.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Thank you guys for sticking with me. They said hey to you. I don't want to scream in y'all's ear. This is the one we were watching. He is sweet. He can be mean, but I can be mean too. Okay. Hopefully it's going to work. Yep. Okay, we got it. Thank you for hanging in with me.
Grady, Arkansas, where the Varner unit is. It's Damien's birthday today. Yeah.
Oh, thank you guys.
Time has been an odd thing in
Gotta
this
get my little
situation
table.
because it seems like it just drags on forever, and then when you think back on it, it's been fleeting.
In the past 17 years, I've made friends that have stuck with me through thick and thin, that have been here beyond what even my blood family members have been with me beyond. I met Lori. We've been together for about 14 years now. We just had our 10th wedding anniversary last week.
I'm sure it's different from everyone else's marriage, but then I don't know what everyone else's marriage is. I just know that ours is a good one.
In the very beginning, I would wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, cursing her, literally cursing her out loud for making me feel the way she made me feel. Especially in here, you know, it's one of those things that whenever you really, really love somebody, it's not all, you know, flowers and poetry like the songs try to make you think. It hurts. It gets its claws into you and it just rips. And I felt like that was the last thing I needed to be dealing with on top of trying to deal with all this. But it turned out to be the absolute best thing that has ever happened to me in my life.
What kind of person would come from across the country to a death row inmate?
Lord, y'all are going to build his ego. Paranormal, we'll have to help. We'll have to hear you speak. You look, from seeing your pictures, I think you look like you would have a nice voice as well. Thank you guys. I will tell him all what you guys are saying. Y'all are super sweet. Thank you.
And marry this man. This is a known convicted child killer right here.
I'm sorry, love.
He killed 3 little 8-year-old boys in West Memphis, Arkansas in 1993. What kind of mind does this young lady have who would come down here and marry somebody like that? This whole thing is gone from what happened to 3 little boys to more like a circus of some kind.
Reese?
Myron Vest.
This is the 2007 New Evidence press conference. Reese, Eek, if you can hear me, if you could drop the Discord link again. I can't drop it because that's what I tried to do when my computer decided to like befuddle itself. But I will put it in the post that I make later if she doesn't drop it for you. If you haven't figured it out by the time we get done with this, I will make a post with the Discord link for you. on my page in the community section.
Investigators were obtaining DNA samples in the form of hair, cigarette butts, oral swabs from people who had some connection to the events. These included samples from several people, including Stephen Branch's stepfather, Terry Hobbs. We gave all these samples to Thomas Fedor, who's here today. He's an independent forensic serologist.
You're adorable, you're funny.
The result of that analysis in May 2007 showed
E.
that a hair from a ligature used to tie up Michael Moore could be associated with Terry Hobbs.
The biggest bombshell of the new defense investigation is that an unexplained hair that could be from another victim's stepfather was found on shoelaces at the crime scene.
Over the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks, a group of people from here.
So this is going to be important. The latter half of this documentary is going to talk about Terry Hobbs and who a lot of people think did this, and they're going to lay out the evidence.
Here in Arkansas have formed a campaign called Arkansas Take Action.
We're on our way to the state capitol for a rally. There's been such an outpouring of support for a decade supporting the West Memphis 3, but Arkansas has been relatively quiet. We hope that with our grassroots movement, Arkansas Take Action, that Arkansans from across the state will speak out, asking our elected officials to take a look at this new evidence and to get these guys out of prison.
None of the DNA from any of the crime scene evidence could be associated with Mr. Eccles or Mr. Baldwin or Mr. Miskelly.
Oh, yeah, I can post it.
Terry Hobbs could be the source of
Here's
that
the
hair
bit.
on the ligature. Approximately 1.5% of the population at large could be the source of that hair. None of the defendants could be the source of that hair on the ligature.
Take a look at
Right.
just how much support they have. Thousands of postcards,
Right.
some as far away as Los Angeles, California, and Europe, all supporting the West Memphis 3.
Did you?
Okay.
Murder the little boys?
There you go, Zaya.
Well, I'd have to laugh at that and say there's something wrong with someone who would think that.
That stepfather denies having anything to do with the murders, and the Arkansas Attorney General's office said in the statement it will review and respond, but warns the legal process could take months and possibly years.
Thank you,
Do
Jen.
you feel that you're as close as ever to actually getting a new trial?
We get closer every day, yes, with the work that we're doing and the evidence that we're finally uncovering.
Oh, yeah, paranormal.
I
you
think
can,
we're getting closer.
you
all
can
the
come
time.
up and talk if
Sad
you
to
want.
see that there's people out here trying to get some killers out of prison that deserve everyone to be hung by rope.
Yeah, that's the link, paranormal, if you want to come up, but I do understand that you have a migraine, so don't feel obligated. Oh, yeah. I like sitting here. It's not like work for me. I like sitting here and watching y'all. I do have to go cook dinner. Dinner will be
I just
late
want to
today,
say
but
thanks for being here today, and I think it's important for all elected officials to know that we are watching them. It's not about opinion anymore. It's not about
speaking of my mind drew a blank. Country singers, that was the lead singer of the Dixie Chicks. I actually give us a hate, yeah. Sarah says I actually said shut up Terry Hobbs out loud. Yeah. We're gonna find out why nobody likes him. Hi Zaya. Hold on a minute, let me add you to the stage. Hey.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My first panel ever.
Oh really? You have a lovely voice. You're super sweet to me in Discord. Well, I'll play this and then you let me know if you want to if you want me to pause and you want to say something, okay?
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me up.
Oh yeah, love, anytime.
debate. It's about science, and I urge you all to go to wm3.org and donate to the Defense Fund. The donations is what is paid for the forensic tests and the DNA testing that's going to set these men free. I just want to say I'm honored to be here. Lori's a wonderful, wonderful person, and she's what has kept this going for 14 years and made people not forget about the West Memphis 3. So thank you very much.
briefing session on the docket today. Meet Terry Hobbs. This man sued the Dixie Chicks for defamation. Why? Natalie Maines has been very vocal about this case, saying that new DNA testing would prove Hobbs was involved in his own stepson's death.
She does not need to be talking about anything publicly. Sorry. I don't trust Natalie at all.
I was muted, love. No, you know, I don't know what has she done? What's the deal with her? What's the story? What's the scoop?
Just politically, she inserts herself into different cases and into different things. And I just feel like she really shouldn't be speaking on things. Nobody trusts her after all of her political shenanigans.
Oh, okay.
Of course, this may be before her political shenanigans if it's 2011, so I could be speaking out of turn.
Oh no, you're good. So yeah, he did file a defamation lawsuit, and we're gonna see some of the things that they said in trial, which some of it is mighty incriminating. And they did find, I don't know if we caught that, I might have been talking, but they did find one of his hairs in between the shoelaces that were used to tie the boys up when they were murdered. But yeah, thank you for letting me know, because that gives us a new aspect and to question her being there. It seems like some of these stars come out and speak when they hold on a minute. Do you want to be on camera?
Hi, am I on?
Yeah. Who are you?
Hello. What do you guys think about the Richard Allen trial? What does his daughter say?
I didn't see what his daughter said.
Oh.
But we think that he could be innocent. Right now we're talking about the West Memphis 3.
Talk about the what?
The West Memphis 3.
Oh, I see. So, okay, I guess I got here too late.
Oh no, you're good.
When will you be doing Delphi again now?
I will pick back up on Delphi in the morning.
In the morning? Okay, I'll try to join again then.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you for coming up, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Have a good day.
So what I was saying is Maines, the Dixie Chicks girl. So she made public comments that led to a legal dispute, right? She implicated Terry Hobbs, which is the stepfather of the victim, Stevie Branch. But she suggested there was newly discovered DNA, pointed at him rather than, the 3, and then he filed the defamation lawsuit against her. She contested it and argued that she had a right to speak about the case, just like she did with her political advocacy. You don't have a right just because you have freedom of speech, but he also has the right to defend himself. He was never convicted of this.
Right. Wow. Yeah.
In my opinion,
No.
allegedly and all.
Oh, yeah. No, that's very important things to take into consideration, and I appreciate you saying that and putting that out here. Yeah. And I do agree that he has the right to defend himself. I don't think that was Paranormal Rooster. That it said his name, but I don't want to put his name out there. I appreciate that person coming up here, and I'm sorry if you're listening that we're not doing Delphi at the moment, but we will talk about it either in the morning or the afternoon tomorrow.
Mr. Hobbs, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you sued my client?
For her statements against me that she made on the internet.
What do you hope to get out of the lawsuit?
Justice.
How do you define justice?
In a court of law.
You want money, don't you?
I want justice as the courts deem.
An apology? Is that enough?
Whatever the courts decide.
No, I'm asking what you want to get out of this lawsuit, Mr. Hobbs.
If I was sit here to be honest,
then that's what I want. I want you to be
totally
honest.
Sit here and say I'd like to see the Dixie Chicks humiliated, like they have caused me.
Okay.
I think that's a little bit fair.
Mr. Hobbs, I'm going to have to
Right,
go
Zaya.
into some material now that may be sensitive. And I'm
Sorry, I put a message. I was okay. You see it, but I got a little bit off track when that person came up because I'll be honest with you, they had their camera on, and sometimes people will come up and they'll like show body parts and things. So it threw me off. So I apologize about being off on my thought process.
And I want you to know that I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable or embarrass you. It's just the fact that you've placed your reputation in issue by bringing this lawsuit. It is your testimony that you are not a violent man.
Correct.
And you do not fly into rages.
Correct.
Pam Hobbs says last weekend her husband Terry beat her up at their home in Memphis. When Pam's father and brother heard she'd been beaten, they went to check on her.
He started telling me it was none of my business, and then naturally I just got more upset and started hitting him. And I took him to the ground, and next thing I know, he shot me.
Terry Hobbs faces assault charges. He's now in a Memphis jail.
Oh my
You
God.
did backhand Pam Hobbs the night that you ended up shooting her brother, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
All right.
Is that funny?
Well, you get tired talking about it after a while.
Thank you.
Well, she had been provoking me for 3 days over one simple woman.
She was asking for it?
I might ask her.
Did you ever vow to get revenge on Pam for kissing another man?
Never.
Did Pam kiss another man a few weeks before Stevie died?
I'm not sure when, but something happened.
And tell me what you mean by that.
She was kissing that Mexican in our house.
And that happened a few weeks before
I'm
Stevie
not
died.
sure when.
How would we best determine?
You could see him look to the side and get frustrated, which, to be fair, I think any man would get mad if his wife was kissing another man in the house, especially in the marital house and, all of that. But you can see it still bothers him to this day.
When that
occurred. Hold on.
That's Mexican.
Let me
Go ahead, love. Sorry about that.
I was just going to ask if you would agree that basically what he did was when he sued her for defamation, it opened up their ability to ask him questions. That's basically what happened when he opened up the lawsuit. They were like, the judge said, okay, well, that's her freedom of speech because they were based on interpretation of the evidence that's in public, right? But that
Right.
opened up all of the ability for everybody to ask him the questions that he never wanted answering. I wonder if you agree that he didn't know what he was getting himself into.
Yes, I do 100%. And I think that goes on a bit, actually, quite a bit. We see these people getting into these filings and things and not realizing what they've opened themselves up to and exactly what they've done until they're on the stand. But yeah, and then you're on there and you have to answer the questions. They can get their lawyers get information about all kinds of things, and you have to sit there and answer their questions. Exactly.
Yeah,
Perfect.
they had a field day.
Yeah, they did. They sure did. And thank you for pointing that out.
direct your attention to paragraph 14 of Pam Hobbs' declaration. 2 weeks after Stevie died, Terry left town. He said I was too much to handle and that he could not stay around me anymore. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And is that a true paragraph?
I'm not sure about the time frame, but yeah, I had to get away.
Are you all gonna be able to get back together, or is the marriage over?
It's over.
Do you think you'd be still together if Stevie hadn't been murdered?
Well, we had trouble anyway, to be honest with you, before this happened. And he always told me that he don't get mad, he gets even. That's what he had always said to me.
Pam sure thinks she did it, doesn't she?
Think who did what?
She thinks she killed Stevie.
She thinks who killed Stevie?
You.
No.
She doesn't think that?
No.
She doesn't think you were involved?
No.
A sickening feeling, yeah, I still think, he could have been capable.
You've told many different versions of what you did after dropping Pam Hobbs off at work around 5 p.m. on May 5th.
Now again, I lean with the group that this man is the one who did it. But again, to be fair, saying that somebody is capable of something and that you believe they did something are two different things. And I just want to, I try to be fair across the board.
Of 1993. But in all those
Right,
versions,
paranormal?
you were always searching for Stevie the whole time, correct?
Correct.
Now, David Jacoby is saying that you came over to his house at 5 something and played guitar for about an hour.
I don't recall that.
You've repeatedly said that you were with Mark Byers and Dana Moore at 6 p.m., but Dana Moore and Mark Byers say you weren't. You say you were not ever alone on the night of May 5th and the morning of May 6th, and yet David Jacoby says you left his house twice alone. That's correct, isn't it, sir? No one can corroborate being with you or your whereabouts for the time period from 6 p.m. to 8 or 8:30 p.m. Isn't that true, sir? So my point is, there's not any witness, not any of your alibi witnesses can confirm your whereabouts from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Isn't that true, sir?
And you're saying what?
I'm saying that you don't have an alibi witness for 2 to 2.5 hours on the evening of the murders.
I don't know.
Does that concern you?
No.
Did you see Stevie at all that day, May the 5th?
No, I did not.
You didn't see Stevie or Michael Moore or Christopher Byers at all on May 5th of 1993.
Right?
Somebody testifies that they saw you with the boys that night.
Do what?
If somebody testified that they saw you and the boys, would they be lying?
Mm-hmm. They would be lying.
Because you never found the boys.
No, I never found them.
Never found them alive?
Never found them at all.
Okay. So if someone were to testify that they saw the 3 little boys standing behind you on the evening of May the 5th, prior to the time that you went to pick up Pam, they'd be mistaken.
Most definitely. I can't wait to hear that one.
So basically, I remember this part because this is the part that blew me out of the water, and made me realize what I think. Bellis, that is super sweet. Your dog Lucy, I know it's not a Bellis, but that's super sweet to know that that was just right around the time you got your dog. This testimony is going to be important. It's not testimony; it's an interview for the camera or whatever. And again, to be fair, they could be lying, but it blew me out of the water when I saw this. I remember seeing this one for the first time.
Stephen Branch lived 3 houses down from our house, and they came through right here. They zoomed through. There used to be a bunch of bushes right here, and they all zoomed through and went down the sidewalk. We came outside to go to church at 6:30, and I yelled at Christopher to go home, and he said, "I don't have to do what you tell me to do." And I said, "Okay, whatever," and we got in the car to go to church. But I saw Terry coming down the sidewalk here, coming this direction, and he was calling for Stephen to come back down to their house. And we got in the car and left, but they were together when we went past them. As we were driving by, Stephen was on his bike riding, and Christopher and Michael were running behind him. They were laughing, they were having fun like every time I've ever seen them before. They were just having fun like any other regular day. And we drove by, they were right here near Terry's house. He was standing outside calling for Stephen, and they were still laughing. They were laughing right here. And I will never forget that. As we drove by, that was the last time we saw them. The police or no one ever came by our house. We kind of thought they might because we lived 3 doors down, but no one ever came by this past year. They were making a big deal about the tip line on our news. And I think I heard a long time ago that they went missing at like 6 o'clock. I said to myself, I think that they need to know that they were around our house playing at 6:30. They were over here in this neighborhood. I thought that Terry would tell them that he was with the boys that day. I never knew until this year that he was saying that he didn't see them at all. he's not telling the truth. He was out there with them.
That that right there blew me out of the water when I heard that. Um, because I mean, I believe it. She seems like she's recalling memories, not trying to think up a lie. Paranormal says, if y'all need a bodyguard to hit him up because he has 16 years of experience.
I didn't know I was being investigated.
I would
Nothing
love to
about
have
what
two
they're
chicks
saying
dinner.
is true. It's just the only thing really that's ever bothered me is
Zaya,
knowing that
you're
they've
funny.
taken my name and said what they've said about me. I learned a lot by depositions. You know, stay out of that.
Okay, it says a federal judge dismissed the defamation lawsuit against the Dixie Chicks because Terry Hobbs could not prove that Natalie Maine's comments were made with intentional malice. And he just stated, like Zaya was saying earlier, he said, I learned to stay out of a deposition or, that kind of thing because he was able to get questioned on the stand. Um, that witness, and the fact that they even say they were on their way to church, it really made me. And then you add to it the fact that his hair was found in the ligatures that were used to tie up the boys, really made me think that he might have had something to do with this. And I think we're going to hear more about it.
This next question
Oh, yes.
I'm
Thank you.
asking with all due respect to you and to the West Memphis Police Department, and I'm not being facetious at all, but it appears that the West Memphis Police.
So it says former chief investigator Gary Gitchell was also deposed by Natalie Maine's lawyers. And Pinto says Stevie Branch's mom stated he didn't leave home without his pocket knife, and the knife was later found in Hobbs' toolbox. So basically, how did it get in his toolbox unless he ran into the boys after they went missing and had the knife because she knows he had it on him that day, or she thinks he did. Yeah, and I think we're going to see more about that.
Police Department and the prosecutors have never looked at Terry
Paranormal, that is
Hobbs,
cool.
one of the stepfathers of one of the victims, seriously as being a person of interest or even a possible suspect in this case. And I know you've been gone for a long time. Do you have any understanding of why that is or any explanation of why that would be?
I really can't comment on it.
You're uncomfortable talking about what actually transpired in that investigation. Why is that?
And the reason I am uncomfortable is there is a wealth of money supporting the West Memphis Three and getting them out of jail. Now, I believe personally they're guilty of the crime. Two juries said they were guilty of it. I'm afraid I could say something inappropriately. I could be wrong. I could be forgetful. And I don't want to say anything that would cause them to get a new trial just based on a comment I make. Don't put that monkey on my back that I've said something incorrectly over 16 years that I may or may not remember, that they're going to be entitled to a new trial for something I said. No, that's why I'm not going to discuss the case.
Fair
If they
enough.
have new evidence, hey, I'm all for it. Go for it.
And I think that's fair. Abellis says, Rooster, you'll have to tell a story sometimes. I worked as security for a drugstore during my first year in nursing. Crappy job. I'm 5'4". That is funny. I would love to see you as a security guard, Abellis. Zio is frustrated that all the evidence against that man is circumstantial, and I agree. It is frustrating.
I looked at all the different categories. I looked and reviewed the information relative to the case, and pretty clearly, it was pretty easy to me to define this case as a personal cause homicide. This is not a homicide either perpetrated by a stranger. The person responsible for this crime knew these victims and knew these victims relatively well. The question I'd ask myself is, if the motivation is murder, if the initial intent is murder, go ahead and kill. Why did the subject decide to tie up the victims after stripping them down naked? I believe the initial intent in my analysis was not to kill, but was to taunt and to punish these individuals. I saw criminal sophistication at the crime scene, the tying of the wrists to the ankles. I searched cases all over the world. I couldn't come up with similar types of cases. When I saw the offender decide to get into the water and to secrete the clothing by pushing down the sticks in the clothing, hiding the clothing, along with the three victims, using that kind of concerted effort, we're not looking at teenagers committing crimes like this. We're looking at somebody who's relatively criminally sophisticated. We're looking at somebody who has been violent in the past, who's violent now, at the time this crime was perpetrated, and would also be violent in the future. The person responsible for this crime can look at you right in the eye, can look at a camera and say that I didn't do it, because it's a psychopathic personality. There is no remorse. Anyone who perpetrates a crime like this and leaves the victims like this in this condition, he's only concerned about himself. You can put him on the polygraph, he'll pass the polygraph, particularly if it's 14 years later.
When John Douglas...
That is interesting. He laid that man out to a T, in my opinion. Paranormal, I'm so sorry. That sounds horrific. Annabellis, I'm glad you're okay too. Zio says, oh, Abellis, I hope you came out of that okay. Paranormal, you better be careful out there, man.
Told me that Terry Hobbs' record and background made me look like a Boy Scout. I almost fell out. And he was dead serious. Here's a world-renowned 30-year, probably the finest profiler in FBI history. I was nervous just being around him, thinking he's profiling me. He told me he had done that a long time ago. He knew I had nothing to do with it. I've been asked, do you think you're doing to Terry Hobbs what was done to you? No, no, no. I'm talking about facts. I'm talking about DNA. I'm talking about no alibi. I'm talking about lies after lies after lies.
Oh, tune that thing a little bit. Hello, Elimination News. Elimination News says that the lies are unreal. I will drop a link for you. Hold on just a minute. Yeah, I want to know what kind of drugstore that was. That is insane. Oh, hold on. I went to the wrong page. There is the link. It should pop up in just a second. Thank you for being here, Illumination.
He stated that all the DNA evidence and the pocket knife and the alibis and the statements, or actually he didn't mention the pocket knife, but all of the statements were facts, and they just weren't. They were circumstantial. They raised questions, but they didn't arrest him. They never formally charged him. It's speculative and it's indirect. So if it's not going to offer a clear link for his arrest, it's obviously not facts. I just hate that they put out that information and just let him they let the victims or the families of the victims speak as just like they do on YouTube here. Some of that can be very damning and damaging to the case in the long term.
Right.
Stating something as fact, you know.
Right, exactly. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that.
God knows all things and why they happen. We don't, but he does. And we have to trust in him. So I can tell you there's always going to be talk. You know, even for us, we don't like some of the stuff that is on the TV and this and that.
Illumination News says we live in a society of absolute debauchery. Our FDA allows chemicals that are banned mostly worldwide. People should wake up as soon as possible. We are struggling with disease because of these corporations. To be honest with you, I could not agree more. I do not follow FDA regulations. I follow plant and holistic regulations. But going more into what you're saying, yeah, there's I think it's red. It's the food dye that's in like Doritos and most of your junk food and stuff is toxic and poisonous, and there's a lot of food that they give us in the United States that are banned other places. Everything you're saying is correct. I've actually done a lot of research into that stuff too, just trying to be safe for my family and things. Off topic, sorry.
That has been said, because we know, that no, Terry could not have been, he didn't do this thing. This is not Terry. Terry's, you've seen,
I have never changed my mind from the conviction. Yeah. I don't care what all them other people put on that internet. I have never changed my mind. I'm just like the state of Arkansas, and I'm just like the legal system.
You're funny,
I believe in
paranormal.
justice, and I believe it was served.
They, went through trial and everything. They did what they did. They arrested 3 boys. Until we get told otherwise, we still believe that's the ones that should have been there. Until we get told otherwise.
Yep, eek, it is. A lot of it.
I had something made, just the pros and cons of Terry Hobbs. This pretty well speaks for itself. 2 items that would be on the innocent side that he needed to try to restrain 3 victims. Some say that might be a little difficult. Not really. Once he hit one child, the other 2.
Now remember what Zio just said. Like, let's keep that in mind, that it's all circumstantial. Nothing is fact, and we need to all keep that in mind. And I do really appreciate that, Zio. Paranormal, if you're 210 pounds, I don't think you got to worry about the suitcase. Love.
2 probably froze like a deer in headlights. According to the medical reports, all 3 children, basically from blows to the head, would have died. And then possible secondary transfer, that's referring to his hair that was found in a ligature tied to one of the children. That's about all on the pro side you could find. Let's look at the guilty. Motive, means, and opportunity. He had a violent past. He worked in a slaughterhouse, and he admits being in the woods at 6:30. Terry Hobbs admits it. No one else puts him there. He puts himself there. No alibi. Can't count for the crucial times from 6:30 to 8, 8:30 to 9, 10 to 11:15, and from 2:30 to 5 a.m. That's a lot of gap in time of what were you doing, Mr. Hobbs? Where were you? Claims to have been with Jacoby. At times, Jacoby denies. Now, here's your own witness denying what you said. To me, that doesn't look too good. Not interviewed or cleared by the police. Now, there, the West Memphis PD 101 totally fell on their face. They didn't go talk to Terry Hobbs and question him about what he did that night. They didn't treat him the way they treated me. Inconsistent statement. He never saw any of the boys that day. We know that's wrong. He was seen by 3 witnesses that were neighbors. That could have come out back on May 5th or 6th if the West Memphis PD would have canvassed that neighborhood. They just canvassed this neighborhood. Never went around and asked any of Hobbs' neighbors a word. They'd have told them that back then. He would have been caught in his lie then. He would have been the last person to have seen him. The police would have zeroed in on him instead of Damien, and they'd have got the real killer. And we would not be here talking today. I believe if this was presented to a jury, they would find Terry Hobbs guilty. This is more evidence and facts than against the West Memphis 3 or me or anyone else.
They know about this evidence.
DNA experts over the course.
They know about this evidence. The DNA evidence, even though it was consistent with Hobbs, it wasn't conclusive. The pocket knife, it was in the toolbox. They don't know when it got there. The neighbors claimed that they saw Hobbs with the boys before the disappearance, and he denied it. So that's he said, she said. Additionally, his wife at the time reported that he was behaving weird during the search and afterwards, right? And then he has a history of domestic violence and abuse allegations. That doesn't make him guilty of offing these 3 babies. And then he made statements to the family members, like the nephew said that he admitted it to them that he did it, but it was never corroborated. So I'm just playing devil's advocate. Like, we're convicting a man, mentally. I know it's hard, but we're saying, okay, he's guilty. He's guilty. If all of this evidence wasn't just circumstantial, he would have already been charged for this.
Right. You're 100% right about that, and I really appreciate you pointing that out, because we do have to be fair about all this, and I'm glad that you did that, and thank you for that. I appreciate it, because you're 100% right. I mean, Again,
Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't think that he had something to do with it, but I'm just saying circumstantially, we're putting it out. They put this whole movie out and based it on, okay, it wasn't the boys, but it was this guy. Well, you guys were wrong the first time. You might be wrong about this one too, and we have to be fair about that.
right. Yep, you're 100% right. Yeah. And I was about to say the same thing, that a lot of people convicted the boys on things like that, not circumstantial evidence.
Agree.
Thank you for that. Solistic says for y'all to get a room. Hello, Solistic. It's good to see you. I haven't seen
course
you in
of
a couple
time, it
days.
seems that over and over again, it's been different family members who have popped up as kind of being suspects in this case. And I have to ask, is there really significant enough DNA evidence that could point to Terry Hobbs?
My personal opinion is I don't think that hair evidence would be enough to convict Mr. Hobbs or anybody in a similar situation because it's simply not strong enough. The percentages that I gave of people who could be the source of those hairs are 1.5% of the population. That's not particularly strong evidence, and especially in the context of what most people are accustomed to with DNA testing.
So just to clarify, the DNA evidence, the point of bringing it up isn't to say that Hobbs did it, but it's just to say one could think it might be more likely that Hobbs would have done it versus Damien because there's no evidence there at all.
The last thing as defense lawyers we would intend to do is indict and convict someone beyond a reasonable doubt of this case. The evidence as to Hobbs, I don't think should be viewed that way. But is it evidence that would lead any reasonable juror to acquit Damien Echols? Yes, it would.
Defense attorneys announced they had new.
I wanted to tell y'all, ladies, Solistic Glow says he's 6'3" and 260 pounds, and he bar bounced for his uncle's bar at the Branding Iron, real name, in Fort Smith, Arkansas. All right, ladies, there you go. Paranormal Rooster and Solistic Glow taking applications for wives. I'm just kidding. I don't know if y'all are married. I'm just picking on y'all.
DNA evidence that shows no trace of Echols or the other defendants at the crime scene. Even some of the victims' relatives who initially agreed with the verdicts.
That's why all three of them are punks. Punks!
Now think the men in jail are innocent.
I would like to see another trial, give them a fair trial, present the evidence that really wasn't presented in the other trials. And if they're guilty, so be it. That's where they stay. But if they're not, God, don't put somebody to death because, oops.
Oh, I got it. Okay. It says in April 2008, defense attorneys file a motion for a new trial based on the DNA test results and all other evidence that has come to light since the original trial. And again, yeah, they don't want to repeat what had already happened, convicting 3 innocent people, Oh, you're taking, dang
As
it.
Damien's lawyers, we are not taking on the burden of proving who actually committed these crimes. The question for the court should be and will be, would a reasonable juror looking at the entire picture now, all the evidence of guilt, all the evidence of innocence, everything that was admitted at trial, everything that surfaced thereafter, looking at that and throwing into the mix the DNA results, would a reasonable juror convict these people today? And the answer to that is no.
It says the state takes the position that the DNA test results are not strong enough to warrant a new trial and that none of the new evidence can be considered. Married. Yes, it appears Solistic is taken for now. And he says, ha ha ha, but I guess he's leaving the door open.
Judge David Burnett tentatively set up hearings for next month to determine if there is enough evidence to overturn the convictions of the West Memphis Three. Defense attorneys want to present new DNA evidence they hope will lead to a new trial. Judge Burnett made it clear he could follow prosecutors' suggestions that the DNA evidence isn't enough.
Solistic Eek is over here. She waves hi and gives a little wink at you. I'm just picking, y'all. I'm just playing.
For a new trial or to overturn
hold on,
the
Zayo.
convictions.
I just saw that you unmuted. Did you have
No,
something
no,
to say?
you're good. Nope, you're good. I was giggling.
Oh, okay.
Net rules in favor of the state's opinion on Echols' DNA pleading. This very well could be the end of the road for his defense. In the newsroom, Will Carter, Region 8 News.
This is September 10th, 2008. Judge Burnett denies Damian Eccles' motion for a new trial and refuses to hear any new evidence. Pinto says laugh out loud.
In September, Judge David Burnett, who presided over both trials, ruled he would not hear any new evidence in the case. So Damian Eccles is now appealing his case to the Arkansas Supreme Court, which has previously upheld the conviction.
Trixie says hi.
This is the first
Girl,
time
that's not baggage.
that
That's
the Arkansas
love.
Supreme Court is going to interpret the DNA statute, so it's going to have enormous implications for everybody who comes in their wake.
I'm thinking about when we argue this in the Arkansas Supreme Court, the approach we want to take is, justices, you may be aware that this specific case has garnered a lot of interest, but the interests at stake here are a lot broader than the three individuals before the court, even though one of those literally has his life on the line. Good morning, Your Honors. If it please the court, obviously, since my client is sentenced to death, the resolution of this case is of paramount importance to him. But the interests at stake here are far broader, and that is because we are dealing with pure questions of law about the interpretation of what I'll call the DNA statutes.
What is the meaning?
Basil is not married. He does need a little girlfriend. Paranormal, I have not. I've got to get, like, I'm not signed in under my allegedly speculating name on my Facebook Messenger, so I've got to do that, and I will check them. Solistic says he likes a big family. I'm going to try to play this because I've got to get dinner started, so I'm going to try to let this play as much as we can and stop talking. You guys are making the chat funny tonight, though. It's hard not to talk to you guys.
Meaning of this Arkansas statute. There's language in that statute that says that if the DNA evidence excludes the defendant as the source of the DNA, which it did in our case, then the trial court has to consider all the evidence, whether it was admitted at trial or not, to see what a reasonable juror would do today.
This statute was passed to exonerate the innocent. The state has really proposed an Orwellian interpretation of the term all. All simply means all.
The state took the position that in weighing all the evidence, what the statute meant to say was that the court consider only all the evidence of guilt, but not the evidence of innocence, which is nonsensical. Because, of course, if a trial court were to look at the DNA evidence, but then only consider all the evidence of guilt, the court wouldn't be considering everything that makes a compelling case for innocence.
Let me ask you a question,
right,
Mr. Reardon. Let's focus on the evidence situation, and let's say that I agree with you that maybe the trial judge was in error with respect to just limiting the evidence to evidence of guilt. What evidence then would be considered? Would it be the evidence that was presented at the trial, or everything that's occurred over the last 17 years?
I don't think that it can be rationally read other than to say the court must consider that is place in the scale, not only the evidence of guilt, but also all other evidence, whether or not admitted at the first trial.
Court will recognize counsel for appellate.
Good morning. May it please the court. Mr. Eccles has been to this court several times in the last decade, challenging his conviction directly and collaterally. And this statute does not call for a retrial. It's not about trying somebody again for the state to prove guilt twice.
Counselor, what harm is there in allowing him to present the evidence from the last 17 years?
I'm sorry.
What harm is there in allowing him to present all evidence?
Well, the harm is in the finality of a criminal judgment that is not demonstrated to have any constitutional or procedural defect, and just to try it again. I mean, you're suggesting
What kind of word salad was that?
Though every 15 or 17 years or so, we really ought to try.
I don't know. It was a bunch of word salad. For sure. Yeah, like if I've ever heard it. And they kill me with this word salad. I don't know who that is. Not today.
to try cases again to reestablish guilt. I think it's clear that the animating purpose here is not to retry. So the harm is to the criminal justice system's interest in finality and the work that gets done in evaluating
That's
whether or
pathetic.
not
I'm
justice
sorry,
has been
but that's
served
pathetic.
in each of the forums that Mr. Eccles has been through already.
It sounds as if
Hold
your
on, look.
argument
Sorry.
You're
is
okay.
that
I stepped out for just a second and I heard you. Yeah, it is pathetic. Tell me
Well,
more about
it's just, he says, no, we can't. The reason that we don't want to retry this is because it's in the interest of finality. And whose finality? Because you now have 3 people that are in prison for crimes that they didn't commit. But the reason you don't want to introduce the new evidence that might exonerate them is in the interest of finality for the government. You're talking about 3 people's lives.
Right. Great point. Thank you. For pointing that out. Yeah, that it and I remember when I watched this case, all of that didn't make sense to me. Like it there is no finality if there's a possibility that they could be innocent, and I believe they are.
Absolutely.
So what the hell do you mean finality? It's ridiculous. You're right. 100%. Thank you.
all evidence of guilt will be considered, but it's going to be extremely difficult to admit all other evidence that may have been exculpatory.
I think that is the argument. It's the second alternative reason the circuit court concluded that relief should be denied. And to me, that's a reasonable statute.
But where does it say all other evidence of guilt?
I understand that it doesn't expressly say that, but you have to interpret the statute in light of its animating purpose, and you have to interpret it in light of rules of grammar. I mean, I think that's a very fair construction.
I'm having trouble following you. If the testing has to prove you're innocent, why would you even need a hearing?
Well, again, I think you have to go back to context, Your Honor.
We have to deal with the clear meaning of the statute. I understand your context argument, but we still have to deal with the clear language of the statute.
It comes out of a mindset that says our job as prosecutors is just to make sure that everybody we prosecute is convicted, everybody who's sentenced to death is killed. This is a wrestling match and to the death, and we've got to make sure that we come out on top in each
Egos.
instance. The legislature, in its wisdom, recognized that the criminal justice system, like all human endeavors, sometimes is flawed. But the Attorney General has taken the position that the criminal justice system is free of error and therefore is effectively divine. I quote from their brief in the circuit court: "The state does not shrink from Eccles' charge that relief may never be granted under this view of the statute," its view, "but embraces it out of confidence that the Arkansas criminal justice system does not convict the innocent." The state has taken a position that's directed not only about denying relief to Mr. Eccles, Mr. Baldwin, Mr. Miskelly, but ensuring that no one will ever be able to get relief under the Arkansas DNA statutes.
Exactly. I mean, you can, if you're saying that you never make a mistake and that everyone that's convicted is 100% guilty, I mean, that's just not possible. You're not accounting for any human error whatsoever, and then not even to mention the DNA evidence that they're trying to present in trial. And the lack thereof.
I thank the court for its attention and recognize the court may feel that the appropriate remedy is a remand to the trial court for an evidentiary hearing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
This is in November 2010. The Arkansas Supreme Court granted the West Memphis 3 an evidentiary hearing in which all new evidence can be presented to the court. Now I'm gonna step away now, and I will be right back.
The clock on my head, it ain't got no hands on it for a reason. To me, it means time is standing still. My time is standing still. Everybody else's time is moving forward. Here it is, what, almost 18 years later? Whatever time it is, when the police finally let me out, that's what time I'm put up there.
Okay, it says the evidentiary hearing scheduled for December 11th will determine if the West Memphis 3 receive a new trial.
I've spent nearly 60% of my life incarcerated now, and I've learned along the way that no matter where you're at,
Oh,
you
Abellas,
gotta
you're funny.
make the most of it. Enjoy it. No matter how bad you may perceive it to be or how good you may perceive it to be, you've got to make the most of it because this is where you're at right now. You know, I just try to do my best every day, you know, regardless of the situation. We take the hands we're dealt and we make the most of it. That's the way we make it through life.
Evidentiary hearing does not result in a new trial. The West Memphis 3 will pursue a final appeal in federal court, their last legal option. I do not have a friend named Calvin.
You never, ever get sunlight. I haven't been exposed to sunlight in almost 7 years now. You're in a cell. Pretty much, for all intents and purposes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If I focused on the things I can't change, the things that have hurt me, what people have done to me, then they would have already broken me. They would have killed me inside and out. I get up in the morning and I don't feel sorry for myself. I don't hate my life. You have a lot of people in here that all they can think about is what they don't have and how much they want out and how much they want something else. But for some reason, this situation has helped me to see more of what I do have and to be thankful for that. You know, I have, in a lot of ways, I have a truly incredible life.
This is going to be the epilogue, and I just wanted to add that it's amazing that he can think like that, even being in that place. I try to tell my kids, you know, that everything happens for a reason, and you know, I believe in God personally. You know, whatever your higher power is puts you there and in that specific situation in that moment in time for a reason, and we should always learn and we should always be grateful for whatever we do have and not be upset for the things that we don't, because there's a reason and there's a plan for everything. And I'm glad that, you know, even though he is in prison on death row and could possibly die for a crime that he did not commit, in my opinion, he still sees that and finds a reason to be thankful. Even to the point of saying that he has an incredible life. It's really touching to see that. Right, Eek? Thank you.
In less than 17 hours, the fates of Damian Eccles, Jason Baldwin, and Jesse Miskelly could be decided. A special hearing in Jonesboro will bring together families of the victims and the 3 convicted murderers, known as the West Memphis 3, for what could be an explosive resolution in this infamous case.
After 78 days of incarceration, the West Memphis 3 appear for an unexpected circuit court session 4 months prior to the scheduled evidentiary hearing. So this is going to be 4 months before they were supposed to go for an evidentiary hearing, which would again be where they review the evidence and everything. Right? I mean, that's a good point. This is August 19th, 2001.
Now, Judge David Burnett, he was the judge who rejected that the new DNA testing should get them a new trial. He was elected to the state Senate last year, so a new judge, Judge David Laser, was appointed. That's a major change in the case. Also, the Supreme Court disagreed with former Judge Burnett and said the DNA testing did warrant at least a hearing to consider the possibility of a new trial. Now, that hearing was set for December, but yesterday, Judge Laser and the attorneys involved surprised everybody by calling this hearing today.
It could all come to an end, or just mark the beginning for even more of the same.
So what's going to happen? Are they just literally, I mean, they've been convicted of killing these kids. Are they just going to walk out of jail?
Well, what we have heard, what could happen today is that they could enter something that's very unusual called Alfred pleas. And the three men will say, look, we are innocent, but in order to get out of jail, we will plead guilty.
I am David Lacer, Circuit Judge, Division 9, the 2nd Judicial District of the state of Arkansas. Subject to the court's approval, certain dispositive agreements has been reached by and between the state and the defendants in this case. The offered plea, it's a guilty plea with a profession of innocence. If you would, please, Mr. Eccles, Mr. Baldwin, Miss Kelly, if you would stand, please. Mr. Eccles, how do you wish to plead in this case?
Your Honor, I am innocent of these charges, but I'm entering an Alfred guilty plea today based on the advice of my counsel and my understanding that it's in my best interest to do so in the entire record.
So basically, what this is telling us is that they're making them say that they did it, even though they didn't, and they're going to let them out of jail. The Alfred plea, like they said, it basically means that you're innocent, but you're going to plead guilty. And it's like, why do we even have this plea? If they're innocent, then let them be innocent and give them, pursue who could be guilty. But it comes down to knowing that someone that was innocent has been convicted and trying to make it to where they can't basically sue you for all the time that they spent in jail. I'm not sure. It could be possible that they did end up suing. I'm not sure. Zaya, were you going to say something? Do I have something wrong? I very well could.
No, you don't have anything wrong. I thought it was very telling that they made them take an Alfred plea, considering that they had just said previously, well, what we really want to do is just close this case out. So they were offering them. I mean, can you imagine being in jail, wrongly convicted, and them going, okay, well, the only way you're going to get out of this is if you say that the DNA evidence did link to you, the expert testimony did link to you, the false confession from Jesse Kelly Jr. was not false. I mean, they had to admit to things that they didn't want to do through this Alfred plea and to not go back on their word after it was done. I mean, if I was in jail all of that time, I'm married, I have kids, I want to get out, I might admit to it too. I might have taken an Alfred plea too.
Yep. Thank you for that. Yeah. And it sucks because now they're going to say, oh, well, that case was solved. There's who did it. They pleaded guilty. They said they did it. And in all actuality, they just did it so they can get out of jail. I think they were in there for, I think he said 18 years, 16 years or 17 years, something like that. A long time. Innocent on death row. One of them was on death row. The rest were in for life. And this is your only option out. Of course you're going to do it.
Mr. Baldwin, how do you choose to plead in this case?
First of all, I'm innocent of murder and Christopher Myers, Michael Morris, and Range. However, serving 18 years.
Rio is very smart.
Such, I agree that it's in the state's best interest as well as my own, that based upon North Carolina versus Alfred, that I plead guilty to first-degree murder.
The same as relates to you, Mr. Miss Kelly. How do you wish to plead?
I am pleading guilty under North Carolina versus Alfred, the Arkansas rules. Although I am innocent, this is and this plea is in my best interest.
All right, thank you. The court finds each of the defendants guilty of first-degree murder and the modified charges.
It says the West Memphis 3 enter Alfred guilty pleas in exchange for being sentenced to time served. They would serve additional time for these murders if they violate the law over the next 10 years. Zio, you are smart. Thank you. We love you.
At this moment, the West Memphis 3 are free.
Okay, so just for clarity then, David, it's not that these convictions were overturned. They are still guilty, but they were freed. Now, this, at the root of this change, is DNA evidence or lack thereof. Is that correct?
That was one of the last things that came to the court's attention this year. Now, if they did not go through with this deal today, those three would have been probably granted a new trial later this year. But that trial could have taken years to complete. So the judge, again, reiterating this was in the best interests, he said, for everyone.
This is not right. And the people of Arkansas need to stand up and raise hell, because 3 innocent men are going to have to claim today that they're guilty for a crime they didn't know. And that's bullshit.
It's amazing to see him so animated about their innocence now after watching him be so animated about their guilt before. Paranormal, you are a goopy goober.
They're innocent. They did not kill my son. And this is wrong, what the state of Arkansas is doing to cover their ass.
Amen.
And I'm sick of it.
Amen.
Because the real killer is walking around free.
Some are happy, some are angry, and some are perplexed. And that's the case at the end of every trial. And this one is no different. Guilt or innocence was never on the table. Today's proceedings allows the defendants to have the freedom to say that they're not guilty, but in fact, they just pled guilty. The legal tangle that has become known as the West Memphis 3 case is now finished.
Jamie, with the Alfred plea, you had to say, for the court's purpose, that you're guilty of a crime that you profess to the judge that you did not commit.
Right.
Is this justice? Is this what you've been looking for?
It's not perfect. It's not perfect by any means, but at least it brings closure to some areas and some aspects. You know, we can still bring up new evidence. We can still continue the investigations we've been doing. We can still try to clear our names. The only difference is now we can do it from the outside instead of having to sit in prison and do it. You know, this has been going on for over 18 years. And
Eek says, I was not angry or perplexed at the end of Leilani's trial. I was satisfied. And again, I couldn't agree more. Oh, Zio, did you want to say something? I thought you...
Yeah, that's the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'm going to jump down. So
Okay.
the only reason that this disappoints me, so the focus of everybody here on this legal system has been primarily on these victims and them being wrongfully convicted. Eccles, Baldwin, Miss Kelly, and nobody is seeking justice for the 3 boys. I know you're not monetizing this video, that were
No.
murdered. And the case is still unsolved.
Right.
And the actual murders are out there, and no one has been convicted, retried for the crimes against Stevie, Michael, and Christopher, which are the 3 victims. Although I agree that I'm happy that they've got so much publicity for being wrongfully convicted, and that is setting a precedence to the next thing that happens. I just like a lot of the cases on the YouTube streets right now, the victims are the ones that are being forgotten.
Right.
So I'm gonna say thank you guys so much for having me up. I'm gonna jump down. Allegedly, it's been a pleasure, and I hope we get to do this more.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for coming up. It really has been a pleasure. Thank you so much. I appreciate your input and everything. You are really smart. Thank you.
Bye, chat. Y'all have a good night.
Bye, Zio. We won't be here much longer either. This has got about like 7 minutes left. And so, yeah, I'm going to play that. It's like 6:30 here, and I'm usually have already cooked dinner and I'm eating by now. So my family's going to be very upset with me if I do not get off soon. So we're going to watch the end of this, and then we will continue on talking about tomorrow. We'll go into updates on cases, and then hopefully I can get some stuff on Satanic Panic back in the 80s, and we will see where these guys are at as well now today, or you know, more recently since they've been released. That'll be tomorrow, but we'll finish this for now. Thank you, Zio.
it's been an absolute living hell.
Were you concerned about the evidence that the defense was going to present at the upcoming evidentiary hearing, including juror misconduct, allegations of juror misconduct?
When the Supreme Court handed down this decision on November the 4th of last year, reopening issues of juror misconduct and everything and all these other matters on the basis of new DNA.
Okay, Paranormal. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Troubles. And
make sure you
and
come
this
back
judge
and
was
hang
most
out.
likely
Keep us
going
laughing.
to grant a new trial. And if this judge granted a new trial, the defendants most likely, I mean, we would do the best we could to put on the evidence, but most likely these defendants, the state believes, could very easily have been acquitted. Yes, ma'am.
Will the state continue to investigate this case if additional information is brought forward, or is the case closed?
I have no reason to believe that there was anyone else involved in the homicide of these 3 children but the 3 defendants who pled guilty today.
Let me just point out one aspect of what happened today. These
Complete
men not only
bullshit.
walked out, they created today, by this plea, to me, proof positive of their innocence and the state's recognition of it. Because does anyone believe that if the state had even the slightest continuing conviction that they were guilty, that they would let these men free today? It would have never happened. But to me, the state's acceptance of an Alford plea in which they maintain their innocence and releasing them is evidence of the state's recognition of their innocence.
What does this mean for the state of Arkansas today?
Solistic and Paranormal, y'all got to come back. I think y'all are the only men in the chat, and y'all keep us laughing. So make sure that y'all come back tomorrow.
Significance of this case and that this is over today. What does this mean?
Well, I think for the benefit of the state of Arkansas, in the office that I represent, it means that we have terminated prolonged litigation. We have terminated additional appeals and appeal hearings. We've also, as part of with their entry of a plea of guilty, we have removed the question of them filing a civil lawsuit against the state that could result in many millions of dollars. I can't say that that wasn't part of my thinking in resolving this case for the best of
Anders.
this state and for.
I'm sorry, Anders. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. I hadn't seen Anders talking lately. Anders, you make sure come back too, because you're the only other man here, and you keep us laughing as well.
Trying to move this case forward and end it.
This was not justice, you know. In the beginning, we told nothing but the truth that we were innocent, and they sent us to prison for the rest of our lives for it. And then we had to come here, and the only thing that the state would do for us was to say, hey, we'll let you go only if you admit guilt. And that's not justice, no matter how you look at it.
Exactly. These 3 boys are still deceased. We still don't know who did it. They're not even pursuing it to try to find it, to let these boys finally rest in peace. Who did that horrific thing to them? And why are they not being held accountable? I mean, at the end of the day, it's so that they can say, because of, in my opinion, allegedly speculating, the judges and the Supreme Court's egos got in the way, and they want to say, oh, that case, we know who did it. They pled guilty. That case is solved. Those are the people who did it. And in reality, we can all see, in my opinion, allegedly speculating that they are definitely not the people who did this. They were 16, I can't remember how old Jessie Miss Kelly was, and then 18 years old. That's not who committed those crimes.
They're not out there trying to find who really murdered those boys. And I did not want to take the deal from the get-go. However, they're trying to kill Damien, and sometimes you just got to bite the gun to save somebody.
That was the biggest thing for him. If they had not, because they were supposed to have the new evidentiary hearing 4 months after this, like they called this hearing 4 months before the new DNA evidentiary hearing happened, because in my opinion, allegedly speculating, they knew what was going to happen with the DNA evidence, that it was going to be shown that they didn't do it. So they hurried up and said, here, take this Alford plea and just do that, so that they don't even have to have the evidentiary hearing in 4 months. And because Damien is on death row, of course they're going to take it. They don't want to see him die, and neither does anybody else, for a crime he didn't commit, you know?
I want to publicly thank Jason, too, just to let him know that I do acknowledge what he did, that he did want to keep fighting. He didn't want to take this deal in the beginning. And I recognize and acknowledge that he did do it almost entirely for me. Thank you.
It might have been. I didn't see. I imagine he was probably there.
There's something very wrong with our judicial system today. People have prejudices. People have fears. People have hates. These things cloud our ability to reason. We also have compassion, love, mercy. But what makes it so difficult in the judicial system
He's crying.
Is that the people who are there to protect and serve, they get so desensitized and they lose the ability to reason. There's got to be a way to reawaken the compassion in the people who run our justice system. On the state seal of Arkansas, on a banner, it says justice on one hand and mercy on the other. Justice is lost. It's broken. My case in point, I told the truth that I'm innocent. They refused to let me go during my trial. Take an alpha plea today. Say I'm guilty when really I'm innocent. But just say I'm guilty and take this time. And what?
That was his dad. That was Jesse Miss Kelly Sr. The one we saw talking on the phone to him. That was his daddy.
They do. They let me go. That's not justice. It's up to us as a people to change it. It starts with all of us. We've got to make the decision to take each person on their merit and not just lump everybody into something that we hate, mistrust, don't know about. These are the very principles our country is built upon, but it's so hard to practice. Hang on to that. Grab it. It's ours. We need it. It's what keeps us going, keeps us alive. It's what prevents things like what's going on with me, Damien, and Jesse from happening.
Oh, no, you're not.
Just keep praying. Just keep waiting. Wait for the Lord. The day they never come. When you stand up and feel the
Okay, I'm going to mute it so I can talk while we watch the pictures. Eek, you do not look like an ass ever, so don't say that. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching this with me. I really like watching these documentaries. I could watch it again right now, all of them. This case is really interesting to me. Yeah, so tomorrow we will do more updates on Delphi, and I think there's some other trials going on. I'll check into it. I do want to definitely do where these guys are at now. I think I heard one of them died in a car accident. So we'll look into where they are at now, or, since they've been out of jail. I don't know if it'll be like, this year, but since they've been released, what they have done, what's gone on. We'll go over that. If I can fit in Satanic Panic tomorrow, we will. If not, it will be Wednesday. We will start on Satanic Panic. When we get done with these pictures, I will probably just end the stream because I've got to go cook dinner. But I'll go ahead and start the song real quick. So we can hear some of it, or we can listen to it while we watch the pictures real quick. Because like I said, yeah, I'm going to have to go. But thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you guys. You guys made today's stream awesome. I will put up a poll or a question. I will figure out how to do a poll and put up a question and see if you guys like evening live streams better, or daytime streams better. So make sure you guys look for that and answer so we can figure out what's the best time for all you guys to come and for us to do that. I don't think I'd be able to do 2 streams in one day. So make sure you vote on the poll, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.
Listen up, I gotta tell you, there is something you should